Hello, hello. There we go, there we go. On to another stream on Stellaris. And let me start off with our per stream donation to the Trevor project for the month of June. In this year of our Lord, 2024.
The Empire thanks you.
Imperor the First just donated $15 to the Trevor project.
I sure did. It's not that many streams left for the month, but we have made some decent headway. We're $240 raised out of 175 on our goal there. Good evening, Rookie. Let's go. How is it copium yet? Aren't you? Isn't there a chance you might get points now?
Rookie second redeem the Emperor shall do 10x squats.
Alright, we're starting out with the workout. As is tradition, before we even get into the game. So let me zoom out here. Let's have a look at the Empire while I do the thing.
Second redeem the Emperor shall do 8x 6 kilograms bicep curls.
Alrighty. Let me just gear up, suit up with my fingerless gloves because I have very delicate hands and I am in need of protection. Boom, boom, shake the room. Good evening, WTF Meat Sauce. So nice you could join us. Welcome, welcome. Hi, how you guys doing? Old people noises. Let's go 8 curls. Let's start there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There we go. Hey, good evening, Mint. How you doing tonight? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, thanks. I'm mostly happy as I have 2 new kids to build and many paints to paint with. Just need the chair now. Well, seems like you are getting on. Let's get in the squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well, I'm happy to hear it. How are your streams going? What models did you get, Meat Sauce? What kits? What's next on the agenda? Alright. Tiger 1 and Tiger 2. These are the best tigers. Oh, that's what you meant earlier when you said... Oh, alright. Now I get it. Okay. Alright. That took too long. So, we are pulling back from frozen space at the moment. Rookie, are you getting points now? What's happening? So we're pulling back from frozen space for now. After we have beaten them very soundly yet again. Still not quite sure where to set up our defenses for the next attack. But we're still going hard on their research there. Some rivalries being declared, I don't care. Traders steer clear of gang wars. Trade value goes down. This planet here. This planet is really something. Maybe we need another Maybe we need another police station. We have an anti-crime campaign, but let's build another police station. It doesn't seem to work all that well. Your server is now the only one with new roles. Okay. I'll let you know when it happens again. When what happens again? I'm so lost. Alright, there we go. Earned a few points already, Rookie, just for reference. I could have said 2 kids arrived, but where's the fun in that? It's true. It's true. But let's wait. It takes some time. Okay, let me check in. Let me check in with my lurker friend. Points, I don't know. It's time to what? But maybe we can find out. I mean, usually when you get in, you should be able to redeem one of those extra point thingies. Like the thing where you click on the little icon next to the chat box and it just kind of goes, you know? Like, I think that should be a thing, usually. Yeah, but that doesn't pop up. Okay, listen up now. Listen up now. Got some soon after the stream starts for loyalty. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Or that's how it should go anyway. Debris analyzed, all nice. Some available leader traits here. This guy's not doing anything. Alright, I got him. And I never put him anywhere. So he's a commander, commanding Fleety McFleetyface. Yeah, let's just go harder on this. More damage for the man. Sure, I've won this war. So these guys are still too hard for us to take on. Our alloy income is kind of decent. But keep chatting in case that's the trigger. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. Like, lurkers get that. But I set up a deal for you, Rookie. I set up a deal for you. We're gonna do a prediction. Gonna do a prediction now. And only Rookie participate, okay? Will Rookie get some points now? And Rookie, you will predict yes. You hear me? I think that should work. Let's set it to a minute. Okay, Rookie predict yes on that one, yeah? Rookie, you predict yes. My thinking is if both Rookie and I talk often until I get points again, then we know it isn't from chatting. Ah, yeah. I don't think it's from chatting. But I set something up for Rookie. We'll get Rookie in the clear. If Twitch ain't helping, I sure am. I sure am gonna help. And while I type that, I got points. Well, Meatsos, let's just say Twitch loves you a little bit more than Rookie, which is kind of crazy because Rookie is a big spender. Okay, so prediction ended. So the outcome is yes. Yes, Rookie will get some points. So congratulations to Rookie. You should have received some points there. Should hold you over for a bit, I think. Good evening, Minna. Welcome. How are you doing? Alright, so there we go. But if you, Rookie, if you continue not getting any points, I'm gonna reduce the workout redemptions to like 10 or something. Doesn't really matter. We'll work around their weird rules and stuff. I support your privacy respecting initiatives. We'll help you. Look out for each other. The logistics support system service we provided you is due for renewal. Yeah. Let's renew that. We're doing decent on nearly all fronts, but we're pretty much down on everything. Like, we don't have a lot of anything. Minerals, we have a bunch. The Icarusian Forerunners, a stagnant ascendancy. Imps are delightful. We hadn't expected to encounter you for a few centuries yet. Personally, I thought you would wipe yourselves out long before leaving your gravity well, but I'm glad to be proven wrong. Well, we do not take kindly to your thought. Where are they anyway? There. We don't even share a border with them yet. So where are all my fleets going? That's not where I want all my fleets to go. Oh, right. I purchased some more DLC. Basically, I finished up everything except for some weird little nonsense. So we have new things in here. So now there's a cloaking strength thing. We don't have a cloaking technology yet. That's kind of cool. But I want all my ships over here in the Nunki system because I'm expecting new raids from over there. Anytime now. Anytime now. And we're not really up to scratch. Can reinforce, but it's just... we're not easily getting there. Independence guaranteed.
Council agenda ready.
Who's guaranteeing who? For Fossen. Yeah, I don't care. You can guarantee whatever you want to whoever you want. Council agenda, let's go. Let's get us some more worker output. Yeah, building the full size of the fleet will take a hell of a lot of oil alloys. It is true. It is very true. And sadly, the ship build speed and stuff does not actually reduce the ship build costs. Otherwise, it would be pretty good. Let's just throw some more brain power here in the council on telepathy. I think that would be a good thing. Zeta Menace. Oh, we could easily defeat those. Clear out that system. Claim it for ourselves. Let's. I don't know. Okay, I mean, our fleets aren't really where they need to be at the moment, so... let's bring a construction ship and a research ship as well. Where's my researcher? There, and you're not doing anything anyway. Go there. And we need a construction ship from somewhere.
Tactical retreat.
Oh.
Recon and research vessel under attack.
I think we might have just lost a research vessel. What's going on here? A deal we should not refuse. We've received an urgent communique from the Karkan hirelings. They say that the Nurian horde made them an offer they cannot refuse. Their only way out of the deal is to find employment elsewhere within 2 months. If no one hires them, they will enter the service. I mean, we can hire them and immediately dismiss them again, I suppose. But these are ours.
Vivisected.
I don't want them to go elsewhere. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna go buy this, hire this mercenary fleet. The big one. Which is these guys. And then we're gonna go use them to attack this as well. Okay, I got points. Nice. Rookie is back to earning points the righteous way. Very good, Rookie. I'm happy to hear it. So I can use my regular fleets. I don't have to use my own fleets. I can put my own fleets down into Nanki. So that's nice. That's very good. So it was the pie hole after all. So what is happening here? The Nurian Horde. Is that the Khan? Because he's just raising all these systems. Just completely destroying them. But only when I try to check the stream on my phone, and I hope it just unbugged it.
Tactical retreat.
I think it's Linux. That would be something. Wait, why can't we even go in? Oh, right, we had a war recently, so we get to explore stuff now. Just go. I don't care about their awakening. We were there long before them. And this guy is leading the ship at the moment. Let's give him anomaly research speed. I think that's perfectly fine. He might die to the horde anyway. Now let me try to get points without watching. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, if the points you might have gotten was just on your phone then. But we'll see. We bear with you. We hope for the best. We wish you good luck. Cruiser build speed and build cost. I mean, all these are pretty good. And it's... no, it's actually very expensive to get. Planetary build speed. Starbase building, Nebula refinery. Produces some 10 minerals. Let's just go with that. I think we have to dismiss the hirelings because quite honestly we can't really afford them. Oh dear. Let's sell us some minerals here to try and get ahead of this. Like, we're selling a lot of goods to keep our hired fleets afloat. Now the question is, will they come for us as well? Because if they do, then our fleets are all pretty much in really weird positions. You know what? Let's send them all home. Let's send them all home. Everyone return. Head of research, and you're commanding a ship, so let's see. Effect as counselor, research speed. He is our head of research, so I think he should have that. And this guy here is what? He's a scientist. Survey speed. Yeah. Let's give him that. Head of research, so a counselor. Yeah. Rookie, how's the point gain looking? All things. By the way, anyone new in chat to the game or the channel, if you have any questions whatsoever, either to the game or the channel, please feel free to ask. We'll try and give you the best answers we possibly can. I refreshed my page just to be safe, so not yet. A resolution has been approved. I hate that it only says on the button here. If you click on it, it doesn't actually help the enemy. I mean, we were probably for it. I don't know. Let's see. Regulated growth. Monthly loyalty. Empire size from systems. We are against that. I don't want higher empire size from systems. I mean, we don't have that many systems, but I don't want even more empire size. It's pretty sizable already. Observation posts provide additional society research while observing pre-FTL non-interference, the artificial I don't like banning. Stop banning things. We're against that. Relocate the intergalactic market. I mean, sure. Let's move that thing somewhere. Okay, we're still opposing this. Let's just hope they never ban the slave trade. We rely on that a little bit too much, to be quite honest. First bit reward gets you points. Okay.
Recon and research vessel under attack.
Does it? Thank you for the bits, by the way. I appreciate it. Did you know? Bits I get in full. Or nearly full, except for some basic fees. I mean, the Horde is just completely messing these guys up. They don't have a straight vector to us. Like, they would have to go through this system, which they absolutely can. Like, this is not a threat to them directly. One of our commanders died. Dang, let the masses mourn. We can afford it. Yes, it does. 250 points, and yes, I get points. Normal channel points. Well, congratulations, Rookie. I'm so glad we got that finally sorted out. Rare crystals are going the way of the dodo. Well, let's buy some, maybe. Let's buy a chunk immediately. There. Let's hope that helps. Could sell a little bit of food. That's where we get the highest income at the moment. I don't care. Away. Open council position. Our Minister of Defense. I mean, we have someone who doesn't do anything. And this guy here, he has a ship weapons damage thing. And army weapons damage thing. It's a little bit on the elderly side, but that's okay. And I have 51k crowns to torture you with more squads and girls. I mean, if you think that's a torture to me, that's okay. I've actually grown to appreciate it because it's so much easier to have a regular workout thing. Just letting chat do it for me, you know. I mean, I still do it, but the figuring it out and when and all that, like, that is just very simple for us. You know what? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna rename the stream to Trevor Project Fundraising. See if it does something. Okay, they're nearly back in Yggdrasil. I'm mainly pulling them home because... Oh, this ship is getting on my nerves so hard. Can't you just explore where the Horde isn't sitting right on top of you, maybe? Probably they can't. Yeah, what can you offer us? The Orbital Trash Disperser. Give us 800 consumer goods, then we will show you the method. Yeah, I mean 800 consumer goods, they can have that. I'll take the technology Orbital Trash Dispersal. This is for defensive grids on planets.
Technology secured.
I just got points again, Rookie, for time reference. I like how everyone is kind of helping each other. It warms my heart. Did anyone follow, by the way, the storyline of my many hardcore Diablo 4 characters that keep dying? It's incredible. Just lost the one that made it through super well. At least I finished the campaign now, so that's something. Orbital Trash Dispersal, yep. Spams the planet with millions of minute high-velocity projectiles, overwhelming planet-side defensive grids, and with trash data. Ships equipped with the component will cause more damage during orbital bombardment. I mean, that's very cute. That's very fun. And it costs us very little. I tapped F1, so I got worn out. I'm sorry that wore you out. I fully understand why that might have been. I fully understand. Okay, where are our mercenaries? They are very slow and costing us money while they are. Can you please not be so very slow? My dear mercenaries. At least they told us. You know? At least they said. Listen here, someone is buying our loyalty. Let's merge these into Reddish Boy because I think they were reinforcements for something anyway. Received urgent oh no. The other ones are as well. Okay, fine. Let's hire them too. The Griffin fleet hirelings. What happens if I dismiss them right away? Also, why do I not see that option? Maybe I have to unpause. As is tradition. There. So it costs us a little bit to pull them in, but... Wait, is this fleet literally following our one ship? That's what's happening? Got points again? Nice. Congrats, rookie. Glad you fixed it.
Attacking enemy vessels.
Whoa, what? Okay, so we dismissed them, and they immediately turned. Where are all my other fleets? Huh. Where are these? Where are these two? The hell, why are you there? Okay, we're losing our homeworld now. That's what's happening right there. Because we dismissed them. Okay, we're about to lose our homeworld. I didn't know that would happen. Yeah, this fleet will certainly crush ours, and we will not be able to jump them away. Well, let's see what happens. Yep. Let's call a retreat. We are completely bonked now. Like, this is the end for the Empire, I think. We have a 62,000. How bad is losing the homeworld? Very. It's our strongest planet in terms of income and everything. Like, it's extremely bad. It is extremely bad. Good evening, Rat. Welcome. Good start to the stream. I mean, it's kind of my fault, but also I don't think I could have afforded to keep both mercenary fleets. But it's also really weird. Like, it's extremely weird that that is how that works. Like, they hire them and they immediately just turn angry and against me in my own system. Where I am the patron. Oh, wait. We want to recall your fleet. Okay, let's try this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this.
Zero-G mineral production violently diminished.
Does that work?
Station lost.
Does that work? I just told you to recall your fleets. Hello? Why are you not recalling your fleets? Huh? I don't think that worked. So we now have this fleet that will just...
Vessels destroyed.
Okay, Yggdrasil became ours again.
Research platform disrupted.
I think neighboring stations just kind of rebuild it instantly or something?
Rookie second redeem the Emperor shall hydrate.
I mean, they're heading out of our system now. Steam patron, our shipyards have been working tirelessly.
Tactical retreat.
Great.
Command
I
research.
paid a lot of money for you to recall your goddamn fleets, and you're not doing it.
Zero-G research platform disrupted.
But yeah, it's immediately rebuilt. We're being paid some dividends. Lovely.
Rookie second redeem the court demands Rocco cam on.
Okay, all right, we got that. Let me hydrate real quick. So thanks and cheers, chat. And let's see what Rocco's up to. Hey, Mr. Rocco. Oh! Where did Rocco go? Dang. That little rascal got away. You know, he doesn't look like it, but sometimes he's a very, very, very quick little... He's a very quick little bugger. Okay, let me... No feeling is final fusion, but you know, you're among friends here. My friend's cat pictured here passed away at the age of 9, and she's been such a good therapy friend for her. I'm hurting. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Fusion. My condolences. It's one of the reasons I'm not getting a pet, because like they tend to live shorter. And if the ones that tend to live longer, then I would be sad about them living, you know, alone then. So, that sucks. Let us find Rocco. Now, it's a little bit inopportune because I had this little bit prepared. But adopting is even better. Well, a loss of a pet is a loss of a pet. It always sucks. So we didn't lose Rocco. I can tell you that much anyway. Let me go fetch him. I know where he is. I know where he is. He's I think he's flirting with Galadriel. Yep. Little bugger was sitting in that place and he flirted with Galadriel. He has a thing for tall elven blondes. Yeah, who can blame him? Let's go back on your little bed there. Exist over there. But adopting is even better. Yeah, sure. So they are going to leave our system, but they're going to destroy everything on their way there. Which, you know, helps us reduce our star hold load, basically. We've once again gained control of the Rubby... Wait, where did the fleet go? Oh no, they did recall them now. But why are they half strength? What's going on? Okay, our construction ships are just sitting around pointlessly. Let's send some of them to do some actual work, maybe. Is there some debris for us to research? The mercenary fleet that we commandeered from our enclave is awaiting orders. Oh, dang. Oh, no. Okay. We're gonna crush our mercenary fleets into this. We're gonna take both our mercenary fleets and throw them at this thing. Why? Because right now we can't really use them for anything sensible. I mean, we could send them in this, but that doesn't really hurt them much. We can't afford to keep them long. That's the issue. Like, we need to get rid of them quick, basically. But we can't unhire them, because then they're just gonna turn on us immediately again. So, yeah, that's not good. Excellent choice, Rook. So let's try and get us a little bit of a buffer here in terms of money, so we can afford the fleet long enough for it to arrive in its destination. And keep rebuilding, repairing our main fleets. This is really something here. I swear. It's a lot of stuff happening there. It's not good. We need those hyperlane things. I don't think we're anywhere close in terms of technology, but we need that. Crime continues to be a problem at Arid's nest. Crime. What's crime, really? Okay, let's see. Resettlement cost, we don't need that. Building slots +1, that's pretty strong. Building and district... that we don't have that many, so that doesn't help us much right now. So let's go for adaptive ecology. Building slots +1, that is pretty strong. Especially looking at our big energy deficit. How is Imperor a frontier sector? Okay, Rat, you had the question earlier. So right now, our sector here was destroyed because the sector capital was taken. So we can, clicking on the planet, we can create a new sector. And it's automatically basically where it needs to be. And I can't open this right now. That's great. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's build us some... Where is it? Let's build us... There. The energy grid. It's not a lot. It's not a lot that's coming in there. But it's something. So we're going to go build that. Might also build this. Which is a lot more. Maybe another city district. So we get yet another building slot. And the last thing we're just going to keep open. Let's try and throw energy grids on everything, kind of. Let's use that extra building slot for energy grids everywhere. Where they aren't already built. Like some of these are obviously already built. So what could you make? If you're not doing anything sensible, might as well build alloys. Right there. Like this is a generator world. It's full on the generator end, so might as well throw in some alloys. And maybe an industrial district, because they're also kind of low on consumer good output, so this gives us both alloys and consumer goods. Alright, let's keep going here. Forge district, you definitely get us a energy grid. Not that much income there. Let's get us energy grids first. Stuck between two other empires and they have a defense alliance with each other, so I'm really stuck. Dang. You gotta go for the wormhole stuff and hope that you actually have a wormhole. Do you have a wormhole? It's also a very odd question to ask, but there we go. Okay, let's build more energy grids. We can afford this. Having two massive Harling fleets sitting there. Can do this. So what's this? This is a factory world. Definitely gets an energy grid. You don't have an energy grid? I feel like Oprah getting everyone an energy grid. Let's maybe also get you the... Nah, you don't have that much space anymore. Let's not do that. Oh, you have nothing yet. You're also not designated for anything. Oh, you are our tomb world. What should we do on the tomb world? Maybe another forge world. Let's just get even more alloys. Could be a unification center. Tech world, fortress world. Nah. Yeah, let's go for another forge world and automate this. Wait until you get old, it'll happen by itself. I physically cannot expand. Oh my god. Okay, you can do all that except for pop assembly. That is what you're not allowed. Actually, like having robots on this might be useful. But I don't think we... nah, we're not gonna do that. Let's see. Industrial world. Robot assembly is ruined. Well, let's replace it with an energy grid. You guessed it. And let's build us an energy grid here. Have I... Tech world, you get an energy grid. Okay, we can't afford more energy grids. But you still can expand or retract. It's a fat joke aimed at me. Well, now listen here. You still can expand or retract by eating more or less. I mean, yeah. The problem is that your base rate just keeps going down the older you get, and eventually it becomes a little bit... It's a hard thing to deal with properly. Is very difficult for sure. It's very difficult. There we go. Let's center this a little bit more. That's better. He stares at the 11 that he rolled earlier at some point. Following a long period of growing support, the Committee of Exalted Clergy... I don't care. That's not about us. I feel like a true-blooded American. If it's not about us, we don't care. Could build a tiny sector here. Let's build a tiny sector there. It'll expand eventually and become a bigger sector. That's how I'm seeing this. Let's bring our warrior fleets here, maybe. This fortress world. Oh my god. This fortress world is indeed a fortress world. Where are you even? Oh yeah. How much defense do we have? 2,500, yeah. That's gonna be a hard one to crack. I tell you that. They're not gonna get through there easy. That's a certainty. But let's build you an energy grid, huh? You don't need to have just soldiers. You're allowed to have also some fun.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
I think building more city districts doesn't help. Okay, we're losing resources hard. Let's see. What do you do? You are representing our interests in the galactic community. Yeah, that doesn't really help, but it's okay. Could put him in the sectors where there's crime, you know. Energy is dropping away hard. Sell some more consumer goods to set it off for a little while longer. Do we have slaves to sell, maybe? Dang. Okay, I think we need to turn off the propagation controls on our friends so we can make some new Gulkfurki. Where is it? Population controls disabled. Let's turn that off so they can make us some fresh slaves to sell. They need to breed for the glory of the Empire. Which is breed our courtiers, which I also still haven't found a fitting GIF or emote for. That would not break TOS. So that's a problem. You mean unable? Unwilling is what I hear. So nothing is gonna happen up here because our mercenary fleets are going here and we're gonna throw them at this. They're likely going to get destroyed, but maybe they take something with them. What do you have? Minister of Defense. Definitely strategist. Military ship build speed. Let's go. Might as well have that. Sounds like a good plan, in my opinion. Okay, so... Oh no. Uh-oh. The Great Chosen Khan is moving. And they're kind of moving in our direction. Are they? No. They're moving around us. Now the question is, will we surrender to the Khan and just become a vassal state under them? I don't actually know exactly what that entails. I've never done that. I don't know how that changes us in terms of what we are still allowed to do, what wars we're allowed to wage and stuff. But I don't really see a realistic way of us fighting them. Right? We have literally nothing to put against even one of their fleets. 50,000. I mean, maybe this fleet we could fight, and this fleet, but not two fleets at once, and certainly not this fleet. So once he approaches our systems, we're basically, yeah, okay, cool, we're good now. We got it. Did I not already select that? I feel like I had that. So this commander here is idle. Do we have anything that doesn't have a commander? I mean, you guys are supposed to merge, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, the reddish boy doesn't have a commander. Let's give this guy in there. I don't want to expand a lot of money and energy to build something that then is just going to get ripped apart within seconds. Chat, what do you think? Do a flip? Bruce coming in with the most useful input ever, as per usual. I mean, we're building all those energy grids and whatnot, but I don't think it has done all that much good for us in terms of supply and demand. So far they haven't attacked us, but I mean not directly, except for what they did with our mercenary fleets there. That was kind of silly. Play Stellaris, it's free. Gotta keep you on your toes. Already own it. See how they always come, tell you what to do, how to live your life, how to spend your money. We really need to get rid of our mercenaries. They are eating our hairs off our heads. That's what they're doing. Okay. Let's see what's next on the agenda. Defense army health plus 25%. Unlocks fortress would be good. Edicts fund plus 20. I don't think it helps us much. Hyper entertainment forums. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing to have. Might actually be a good thing to have. See, telepathy, we're working on that anyway with our council, so we don't really need to put anything in there. So let's go with the hyper entertainment forums. None of this is quite ideal, but our main issue right now is doing something sensible with those very expensive fleets, which I now realize have just been sitting around and not been going anywhere anyway. Good stuff. I mean, one of them has been going somewhere, so that's something. And I think I'm not even going to wait for them to come in together. I'm just going to go throw them at this. I don't know how to play anymore. I found it pretty easy. Plus, I need to relearn EU4 if I'm going to do a mega campaign. I mean, you're also going to have to relearn how to play Stellaris if you're going to do a mega campaign at some point, no? But if you can put out like a 30-minute video of a mega campaign on YouTube, I'm gonna watch that. Not that I don't watch every of your videos, but I'm definitely gonna watch that one. Oh my god, we're so poor. But this fleet will save us. This picks win. Stellaris ain't part of it. What do you mean Stellaris ain't part of it? Of course Stellaris is part of it. Stellaris is gonna go have a cry in the corner if you say stuff like that.
Construction.
Goodbye, mercenary fleet. It was nice knowing you. Maybe you can do something here. Let's get our telepathy in.
Attacking enemy assets.
And research option gain terrestrial sculpting. I don't know what that is. I don't think it has anything to do with terraforming. I mean, it might, but it is not terraforming classically. Lol, I forgot. Adds nothing to it. Stellaris takes place after City Skylines in the mega campaign. But do you go City Skylines and then City Skylines 2? I'm so happy that I can gain more channel points now. I'm very happy for you too. It's really good. Let's do the military build-up, because while we don't really stand much of a chance, so I had to get rid of the mod that made the space combat look pretty. So now this is standard Stellaris space combat. It is not quite as effective or effectful. Okay, so far the fleet has done something. Let's see what else they can accomplish. Another little station destroyed. I'm very surprised that they're not actually attacking. Like, this is them shooting stuff. This is not them getting shot by something. Those big ass explosions. That's them shooting things at this fleet. Let's see what this fleet can actually do. While it gets reduced, so we don't have to pay so much money for them. God, my nightmares are coming true. I might have to sell alloys to keep a fleet alive. That is completely unacceptable. I mean, it doesn't look so bad, but it's a little bit more boring than with the mod. Yeah, I think the fleet is getting ripped apart now, which is good. That's why we came here. A fleet power reduction. Sadly, this is not really going down for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's not good. It does have all to do with terraforming, other than prerequisite. Yeah, definitely. But I'm looking for the actual stuff, you know? Comfort the Fallen, I don't care. Okay, finally. We have gotten a little bit of a reprieve here. Again, if the Khan enters our territory, we're just gonna go and negotiate this. We're just gonna become a vassal. It's not gonna be good for us in the short term, but in the long term, we'll see. But I'm not fighting that nonsense. Like, we have nothing to put against that. As really no one else does either, but we specifically don't have anything to put against there. Oh, some dividends just in time. Let's upgrade our existing fleets first. Let's start with that. Let's get them up to scratch before we reinforce.
Construction complete.
I saw someone do a huge mega campaign that went like Imperor, Rome, CK3U4, Victoria 3, Outside 4, City Skylines, Kerbal Space Program, Stellaris. Okay, that's I'm impressed. I'm always impressed with how people have the type of energy and time to really do these things. Steam patron, we are pleased to announce record profits. Yeah, I bet you have record profits. Oh, why did you all go to Regis? Oh no! Right. Our home station was completely obliterated. to upgrade that again. Damn. Okay, okay. The Great Khan is here. We're done. Okay, a wise choice. Upon surrender, you will become a satrapy of the Nurian horde and be expected to contribute resources and military personnel to our ongoing wars. Beyond that, however, you will not be required to take part in the actual fighting, and I am content to leave you to your own devices until we have secured the galaxy. That's kind of ominous. We lose some naval capacity. It's not a problem. Everything else might be a problem. But we meant your surrender. I don't think that's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna go accept these terms and become a satrapy. I've never done this. The hard thing is that a lot of the mechanics of the table are covered, so I don't know what a picture would do if I took one. Yeah, alright, okay. I mean, you're supposedly taking pictures of what's broken, right? Are the mechanical things uncoverable? Failing that, you know the name and a model number? That could help. We accept your terms. You may now consider yourselves loyal servants to the Great Khan of the Nurian Horde. Now, listen. Imps, historically, are opportunists. Right now, we see opportunity binding ourselves once more to something bigger and stronger than we are. Once my conquest of the galaxy has been completed, we shall see about revising the satrapy system and perhaps integrating your realm more closely into the Empire. Until then, I leave you to rule yourselves. Okay, so this should stop now. Yep. We saved our station just in the nick of time. But of course, our incomes are now completely borked. For our protection, the Nurian Horde has established a large military space installation in the Yggdrasil system, defended by a sizable garrison fleet. The secondary role of this base appears to be encourage us to fulfill our obligations as a satrapy and to oversee the recruitment of imps to serve in the Great Khan's battle fleets. I mean, cool. So now these two fleets are here. The imp auxiliaries and the Horde garrison fleet. So we have made them stronger as such. Well, okay, we'll have to deal with all these things. We'll have to deal with all these things. Why did I just click on that? I clicked on that. Who are you? You are a commander. So let's make you an admiral. There we go. Looks like I would have to take the whole tabletop off, but I can look for the model number and such. Yep, do that first. Very good, very good, very good. We're still gonna throw our wait. Okay, I can now end the mercenary contracts. I can now end these. I don't need these anymore because they are no longer a threat to me personally. So we don't need to deal with this anymore. More people are submitting to the Great Khan. It's funny that we call them cowards because, you know, that's what we're doing. But also what I'm just noticing, which is a little bit fun of a thing, the Great Khan is clearing all these systems for us to take. I don't think that was his plan, but that's my plan now. Let's follow in the Great Khan's footsteps here. Turns, but only one side goes up. Hmm. Okay. More crime at home. Yep. So I think we're gonna go bankrupt in a second, which is also fun. Haven't had that ever. Can stave it off for a moment there, but this needs to come down quick. I don't know why this is still so bad. I mean, the subject taxes are bad, obviously. Overall, it's a little bit ruinous what we're experiencing here at the moment. Let's upgrade all of our energy grids if we can. Though they cost us the gases, which we're not really earning. Oh god. Can't even upgrade all of these. There are some more energy grids for us to build.
Rookie second redeem the Imperor shall do 10x squads.
Very good. 10 squads and the bicep curls, which is a kind of good thing because then we can think about what we're doing and how we're going to fix this.
Rookie second redeem the Imperor shall do 8x 6 kilograms bicep.
We're just going to go keep the game going. And if something happens where we need to pause, the game will just pause on itself, I think. So if you get a great Khan, having mercenaries can be a real problem. Apparently. Can be a real problem because suddenly you have those sitting around there.
Construction complete.
Minister of State. Pop upkeep minus, trade value plus. Let's go with that. We need all the help in terms of everything that we can get. Oh man. Oh god. I think we have a big problem. Crime continues as well. Like crime is running completely rampant. But at least we got antimatter reactors now, and we could get experimental subspace navigation, which gives us hyperlanes potentially, which is what we really need to move our ships a bit quicker. And there's nothing else here that helps us, so we're definitely gonna go for that. All right, let me do the stuff and see how bankruptcy works in our system now. All right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All this talk about Khan makes me think of requesting the next ship fleet named Botany Bay. Why? How is that related? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now for the squats. Wait, what does this message say? Energy shortages. Ooh. This will be bad. Oh my god. All upgraded buildings are downgraded. All offensive armies are disbanded. I mean, they don't even cost that much, do they? Armies. No, they don't cost much, but there we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we go. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan featured a ship called the Botany Bay, and the only original Star Trek film worth talking about. I think it should get the nod. I mean, if we still have fleets in a little bit, we can definitely do that. I just don't know if you're still gonna have fleets. Is my main thing here. It's my main issue. I don't know if we're gonna go have fleets. But we sure are gonna try to have some.
Construction complete.
Because I think most things will just get disbanded. Disagree on only. Ah, on the only one worthwhile talking about. So we're losing literally everything at the moment. That's not great. Let's colonize a new planet, maybe. We can send our Gulkfurki. Chat. What shall we call this one? Oh, now you mention it is 4 is excellent indeed. 2, 3, 4, and 6 are excellent. I mean, The really old Star Trek movies are kind of odd, but old Star Trek in general is kind of odd. It is a very, very good through line from 2 and 4. Anyone got a... You know what? We'll call it the last frontier, because possibly this is the last time we're gonna go colonize anything. I got one. Sorry, it's too late. I've decided. What does God need with a warship? I don't know. What does God need with a warship? So you're from outer space? No, I'm from Iowa. I just work in outer space. Might be the best line ever delivered in Star Trek universe. Maybe. Did they rebuild what we... And there? No. Let the sun swallow it. Cannot afford it. Yeah. They'll just have to go. So the outer stations here remain destroyed. Everything else does kind of get rebuilt. So this fleet is weakened a little bit. That was a 19,000 fleet earlier. Now it ain't. We're not making a single dent anywhere here. That's not great. Do we have any slaves to sell yet? Nope, but there's a lot of human slaves on sale. Who are all pretty good except for being wasteful. I mean, it's not bad.
Council agenda available.
That's good to know. I don't know if we'll ever see another council agenda. Can I see, is there a good play, a good way to see what we could build? I don't think there is. We need a fresh leader here on that sector. We can't have an unled sector. That's not a good thing. Do we have someone who can generate us some energy credits maybe? Need experience gain. Trade value could be good. I mean, there's not a lot of trade value in that system, but... Oh no, that's not trade value actually. That's... special resources.
Construction complete.
At least we're expanding a little bit here. Like, that's kind of cool. That we can opportunistically take care of that. Imperor has died, dang. A private procession will suffice. We don't have the money for it. Like, it's literally, we can't do anything. Okay, we have a new Emperor. Tiberius the First, and we need a new Lord Chancellor. Hey, did they fix that? Does this person actually just go where they need to go? And as is tradition, it will be our Crown Prince who takes this seat. Council agenda speed +5. I mean, it's not super ideal, but... Got that. Make money by selling the organs, duh. Gotta make money somehow. You're enslaved instead of exterminating? I mean, yeah, sure. Why wouldn't we? We need a steady source of income and something that can settle the systems or the planets that we aren't really suited for. That's how that goes. Speaking of which... let's send some imps to an alpine world. Okay, chat, you have a name for this one? Okay, no los dos, eh? Keep the Empire pure. The Empire is pure. It's very pure. There's no mixing. They do as they are tasked and asked and told and all that. It's all good. So we are well established. We're very safe. I worry not. So chat, colony name, you got one or nay? I think that quote we already got. Smelly land. Retland. We already got a Ratbonic planet somewhere. So we're gonna go with Smelly land then. Truly wonderful, the mind of a child is. So let's get us some shipyards going at home again. And let's get us some hydroponic farms. Because quite honestly, we need it. And upgrade this further. So our energy shortages are getting worse and worse. Cut scientific investment. I mean, we're not very smart anyway. Might as well do that. Though I don't think that'll do much. We're also running into bankruptcy on everything else. All that is left to us is alloys. To build fleets that are not strong enough to oppose the Khan. That's some good stuff right there. And building more ships just makes the cost go up even further. Alright, I think we can't push this any more than we have. Steam Patron. Oh, they bring us some money. Which immediately gets eaten up. But they tried. That's something. So we did expand toward the center of the galaxy a little bit. So that's nice. Now we exist from the center to the outer edge. Is where the Empire stretches. We could still do our own wars. Sorta. Maybe you don't sit around here. Let's go do something. Complete. Thank you for your service, Bruce. Appreciate it. Okay, we can't expand the logistics support for our fleets either.
Vessels upgraded.
I mean, I could try selling some more of these here. To try and stave off bankruptcy, but... This is the dubstep synthwave... No, synthwave is something different. This is a dubstep music thing coming from the Machine Age DLC, I think. The music people in chat, what is this genre called that we're hearing right now?
Technology secured.
The Lord Chancellor is not doing anything. Oh, wait. Wait a moment. System is not fully surveyed. Dang. Go survey this system right now. See all these little open spots all of a sudden that I didn't notice before. So you just go there and sit there. Alright.
Construction complete.
This would be great. Chemical Bliss. Is there anything that helps us with resources at all? It doesn't really look like it. Pop growth doesn't help us. Clearing blockers. Means we can build more districts. That could help us a little bit, so we're gonna go with that. Is this going down a little bit? Yeah. Still at stage 2. Well, the Great Khan is clearing up more and more systems there. Well, thank you, Great Khan, for making more space for us. Spicy pickled goldfish cheddar crackers. Did I just say something inadvertently bad? Nah, we can't afford them anyway. Okay, resettlement cost minus 50% doesn't help us much. Let's go with this because there's an upkeep reduction and that might do something very minutely for us. But I think it mainly affects how much of the exotic resources we use. Yeah. Steamed patron, we have brought you money. Good. That's all you're good for anymore after you betrayed me.
Construction complete.
I never actually seen the Great Khan be all that effective, honestly. But I also feel like we have been lagging behind a little bit in even being capable of doing something about or against these things. Like, we're a good peer empire, but we're not a good empire to deal with any late stage event issues. Stuff like that. At least no one sent these fools after us for a while. Now you could even hire them directly. We could use our fleets to take this. This is a pretty safe bet for us to do. Hi, yeah. You're a commander, you're just commanding Legio 1. So let's give you that. It doesn't really help much, but it's okay. I know I have idle leaders. Accepted your Discade request. Bruce was assembling some drive sprockets. I didn't see it immediately. I think Bruce has gone into lurking mode, so they might not be chattering at the moment. Should we send a fleet to take care of this? Let us. We need the planets. And they travel for some years anyway. Might as well send them off.
Construction complete.
Well, I also didn't see that. Sprockets, yada yada. Yep. I hear ya. The sprocket game. That for sure is something. So we're building some more mining stations here. Monthly trade failed us. Yeah. Do we have any slaves that are unemployed? Nope. Damn. The mighty empire brought low. I don't quite know how to get ourselves out of this situation. Obviously, we could disband our army. But that doesn't help us too much, really. Or we could stop selling minerals. That doesn't do much, but... could sell some alloys. Buy us some minerals. Alloys are the most expensive thing out there. So let's sell some. Buy some minerals. We can't really afford that many. Doesn't help much. Ah, God. Great Khan preserve us, I say. Upgrading our fleets, making them bigger, is just the problem. The Empire now stretches from the rim to the core. It sure does, but at what cost? I mean, his fleets are complete insanity.
Construction complete.
Who's gonna stand against them? I'm kind of hoping that he just moves through this system. on his way to somewhere. I don't even know where he's going. The Great Khan is dead. Intercepted suggests that Khan was violently assassinated by Special Forces team employed of a yet unidentified galactic power. So ends the reign of Ethog. So what happens to the Nurian Horde now? Disarray. No one is willing or able to receive your call. Let's see what happens. Maybe we become independent again. Maybe this nightmare will be over in a moment. As they disintegrate. If so, I think we have gotten a pretty sweet deal out of this whole situation, sort of. We did expand the Empire on the back of the Great Khan. Doesn't look like when you Elder Scroll over them. What? Is that a typo? There's another tomb world for us to settle. I mean, that worked really well on the last tomb world. So let's go settle this tomb world as well. And we'll call this... Great Khan's resting place. As a tribute to the great former Khan. Botany Bay. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted a ship, a fleet named like that. Not a planet. I thought you wanted a We'll rename it. We'll rename it. Don't worry about it. But I literally thought you wanted a ship, a fleet.
Vessels upgraded.
Did I misread that? Did I misunderstand the situation? Is that not what was going on? Pays dividends. Yeah, let's go. I'll take whatever I can get. At least it's Khan adjacent.
Star system charted.
Yep.
Construction complete.
But what is happening with them? The death of the Great Khan. Yeah,
Star system charted.
And they're still flying around here, flying around things. Okay. So now we can build a base here. Defeat of the Khan has provided the undoing of the Nurian Horde. Without a strong ruler to unite them, the Nurians have succumbed to infighting once more. The empire has been divided between Diadochi, the most powerful and influential of the Great Khan military commanders. Each of them now claims the title of the Great Khan of the galaxy, and their supporters are locked in bitter opposition to the other. Okay. So... yeah, we're good again. We're back to the green. Look at it. With chaos and instability following the wake of the Great Khan's death, our status as a satrapy within the Horde is void. Our oath of fealty was to the Great Khan alone. We are once more free to pursue our own destiny. All Horde military personnel that were stationed in Yggdrasil have abandoned their position to join the people elsewhere, after first demolishing any war material left behind. Nice. Nice. New members are joining the Galactic. Okay, look at that. The Nurian Khaganate. The Greater Nurian Khaganate. There are a lot of Nurian Khaganates now. Nurian Successor Khaganate. The Nurian Horde. Nurian Khaganate. There's a lot of these now. Interesting. Interesting. Borders are being closed left and right. People are happy that the Horde is finally gone. Okay, we can maintain our regular spending again, because this is going down hard. And what can we do with the Drunken Sailor? We can rebuild our fleets now. I mean, we're still losing money. So True Horde, the Successor, the Greaters, and the Nondescript 4 Splinters. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. It's the true Nurian Horde.
Construction.
Nurian Khaganate. Nurian Successor Khaganate. Oh, this is the same Nurian Khaganate. Greater Nurian Khaganate. Yeah, 4. I think you're right. I think it's just 4. I mean, just 4. That's still a lot, isn't it? Show us your wares. What do you have? Tyrium band food storage containers. We get the Triumph food container deployment decision. Airdropped onto a colony in the semi-transparent lidded containers, hermetically sealed cooked raw food, keeping the contents fresh for longer. Perfect way to preserve leftovers as delicious. What? I think we can add food. Do we take it? Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. There we go. Finally, the question has been answered. Thank you. I mean, let's lose 2 specialist pops and see what that does for us. But where's our energy credits still heading? Trade stations, jobs. I mean, it's not that bad of a balance anymore. Foreign Empire claims systems. The Shinnik system. That's somewhere here, yeah. We just took that. The Shinnik system. Just claim that for ourselves. Okay, we need a research ship. We need a science ship right here. And we need a construction ship. Also, I mean, I just started setting you up on auto, so I don't know. Are you going anywhere? Are you doing anything? I don't think you are, so let's just move you here. Bah, the Bachtrachians had it coming. Yeah, sure, they did. They took this thing from us because I was asleep at the wheel. Yeah, but they definitely got really obliterated by the Khan. I'm happy there's no Khan nonsense happening here. So this splinter nonsense we will eventually be able to roll up. Obviously, I'm not too happy to sit next to all these Khans. Because they still might get a great Khan eventually again. So losing a little bit on rare crystals, but not enough, or not too much. Ah yeah, we kept maintaining this by selling stuff, didn't we? That's how we maintain this. Let's sell a little bit, like 10 of each or something. Just so we get a little bit of income. Oh, I did this double. That's not what I wanted. I don't want to sell alloys though. Alloys is the one thing that is off limits for me to sell. So that helps a little bit. Let's make it 20, shall we? Nope.
Technology secured.
And here we can make it 30. I think we got enough there. Tile blockers, very good. There's more tile blockers to clear, and we have only one of them, so we're not going to go do that. Off-world trading company, I mean... Reverse engineer minor artifacts for random technology bonuses. That's pretty good. Let's go do that. I think I've ignored these. Anyway. Let's get us some energy credits. Let's get some Elgate insights. Proclaim some superiority. That's really it. Kick their ass. Yeah, we have to fix ourselves up first before we go kick anyone. Kick anyone anywhere, we have to first deal with ourselves. Rebuild our fleets. Get back to full strength and all. How do we not have a leader here? Let's hire someone new. 33 and he's already a skirmisher. I mean, that only really helps us as a counselor, but that's good. Ship weapon range. That's a little bit better, I think, for a commander. Ship weapon range plus 20%. I mean, let's go with that. And let's reinforce this fleet because that's our weakest at the moment. Well, near weakest. We'll wait for our civilian ships to catch up here before we go and take out these fools. Oh look, the Fafosian has made us their rivals. That's cute. Steam patron, yes, dividends give us, and we get a small military fleet. Thank you.
In progress.
It looks like they're massing their fleets here, but they really aren't.
Blocker cleared.
I don't think building anything against this will help us much. This is just their homeworld, so. What do you have for us? Tyrion band atmospheric deodizer. No. I don't care about that. Let's see if we can use this thing that they gave us earlier. Like, what is that? Pop food upkeep, minus 10%. I mean, that's pretty cool. What does it cost us? I think that cost us nothing. Or rather, that's what we paid for, so... Now we get more food out of this planet because we're using less food on it. And we have a lot of people here, so... let's for sure upgrade this. We need more energy credits coming out. Okay. Researchers of Empire may be illegally anticipated the countdown. Okay, yeah. Just one of those clock things ran out. Nothing bad happened, so it's just an interesting place, Anina. That's okay, that's good. That's what we like to hear. Why does everything need upgrading to? Let's maybe build this thing out. How much power do you have? 7? That's not a lot. We are not a very powerful defensive platform.
Vessels upgraded.
Let's make you a little bit stronger, shall we? Can't really afford anything right now, as is tradition. Let's see what we have. You are our Lord Chancellor. So you're just kind of ruling and you're not doing anything else. Council agenda speed, minerals from jobs, extra. Might not be bad. Docked ship upkeep, army upkeep, down. Happiness. Let's go with that. Logistical understanding. Let's make things a little bit cheaper for us, shall we? And Yggdrasil. Shipyards, let's get you an anchorage. Or trade hub. One anchorage, one shipyard. And a transit hub. Mercenary garrison. Nah. None of that really matters. Crew quarters. Docked ship upkeep. Like, that's kind of good. Deep space black site. Planetary unification. Spurred by the past. One vision. So this gives us some unity. Some stability at home. I mean, where else would we want a black site? Except directly above our homeworld. Mercenary garrison doesn't really help us much. Because that's just for the system, sadly. I feel like something is brewing over here again. Like, they're getting a little bit uppity here. With their fleets. I don't quite like what I'm seeing there.
Spaceborne lifeform encountered.
I don't really like what I'm seeing there. Could of course do another preemptive strike. Has worked before. Might work yet again.
Construction complete.
Also don't like you guys sitting right there. Can't you go and do something? No. Can't go and do nothing. So maybe let's pull you back.
Attacking enemy vessels.
Ah, that's in this system. So let's see how our fleet fares. So this thing just joined, and we don't know how strong that thing is, really. And I thought this thing joined, but that's just a station sitting around. I think we're winning. We might just be. Okay, looks good. Let's send in the boys. And let's bring these home to Nunki first. Or we'll go upgrade them. When world conquest? Which world would you like to conquest? There are multiple here. We are not nearly strong enough to really become a threat to anyone at the moment. The whole Great Khan thing threw a bit of a wrench in our issues, in our goals and plans. Sadly. Let's upgrade this. This is a good thing to upgrade. Basically doubles our production on everything. Though it does cost more upkeep as well. Ah, let's not upgrade it. We don't have the money. There's some blockers we could remove here. Well, one anyway. Don't really have the money for it. Let's do that. The extra upkeep on the Energy Nexus upgrade, that is a little bit of a shame.
Receiving communications.
Spell this. Oh, what's going on? A commercial pact with those fools? The deal will grant us 70 income credits. And them, I mean, that's nothing. We're taking that. Thank you. I'll take that trade deal. Again, imps are opportunists. This is a desert world with 9 possible generator districts. Maybe respecing it could help the energy trouble. Which one was that right now? Ratbonic? Yeah, you're quite right. What do you have 2 holo theaters? Because they're very unhappy. Let's make this a energy credit world. You're quite right. Then again, this might be solely responsible for our upside here. So, I mean, this produces more than 1/5 of our mineral income. I think we kind of need this place. And a research agreement. Sure, I'll take it all. What? Our Icarusian forerunners believe that the imps are important species for maintaining balance and biodiversity in the galaxy, but we worry that your fleets are simply too weak for you to be able to stand against other more aggressive species. Oh. We have replaced some of its more advanced components with technology that you should be more familiar to. So you should have no trouble operating it. Okay, sure. I'll take that. Old friends, receive a gift from a fallen empire. That's so cute. So we got this single fleet here. Which fleet is it? This fleet. Yeah. So this single ship constitutes 5,900 power. Which fleet gets this? I think we're gonna go put this into our reddish boy Sigma. That's where we're gonna go put that. Still got a lot of colonizing going on, but this one is nearly done. This one we're still working on. I don't even know if I want to learn gateway technology yet. I might just rip us apart again.
Hulks vivisected.
Okay, what did we find? Mining drone, laser. Ah, that wasn't great. That wasn't great. Wasn't much in there.
Sphere of influence expanded.
Okay, that's the newly founded colony. Alright. I mean, it's clearly an industrial thing, right? Just from the size and everything. But what we could do is just go for something more balanced. A balanced settlement and a new bold frontier. So, city district building speed, trade value plus 20%. Could just go with a balanced approach. Rural world. Agriculture district, generator, mining. This could be a rural world. I think that could help. But it has a lot of industrial districts, like... Factory world would be good here. Forge world, forge world, forge world. Not Red Bonning, I mean the roost. Sorry, we'll check out the roost in a second. My eyes are a little bit shot. Allergies have been plaguing me today, so... Reading is harder than usual. So, okay, this one will be a forge world. And we'll automate that away, because we're lazy. We're lazy like that. So, you meant... The roost. That roost is on fire. Oh yeah. I mean, that's our fortress world, though. That sits here. That defends us back here against them. You know? Let's switch it around. They might still keep all the fortresses. I mean, we only really need this on terms of that building. So, let's make it a generator world. Let's see what they do. Our scientist commanding, and that's it. So let's give you a custom AI assistant. Survey speed and only research speed. That's a cute little thing to get. Council election imminent. Current top candidates. The Empire. We're in there. We're in there. Oh god. What's this? Denounce. What? Propose to denounce breach of galactic law. Animosity. Belly. Diplomatic weight from fleet power. Ship upkeep plus 20%. Naval capacity. I mean, I would have been for it, but at the moment I'm kind of against this. This doesn't help us much. Mercenary enclave gains extra capacity. Naval capacity, but I'll take less naval but have... we're also against that. Let's see. Galactic Council members will be unable to veto proposed resolutions. We're against that. Diplomatic weight from POPs plus 20%. Worker happiness plus 5%. We're against that. We're against everything. We're against nearly everything that these people propose. Equal Standing Act. Non-interference and aggressive interference are banned. No, we're against that as well. We want to do whatever we want to do. So Smelly Land is soon colonized. This Shine ship. Why are you not surveying the system? Because I only sent you to research projects. That's my fault. Sorry. Okay. Let's further reinforce this fleet. Our strongest at the moment. The reddish boy 9 Sigma. Could single-handedly, well, not really, but they could oppose this. Let's put these mercenaries into Fleety McFleet phase. No. Into Albert, because Albert is fairly weak. Okay, let's go with a little bit faster speed maybe for a little while. Because we need more Aloisa.
Construction complete.
Rookie second redeem the Emperor shall do 10x squads.
Alright, Rookie coming in with more squats and works out. We're gonna go do all that. Let me just have a quick look at...
Rookie second redeem the Emperor shall do 8x 6 kilograms bicep curls.
At our policies and edicts, because there is a little bit of space here. And it's not that little either. Can't really afford any of that. But... let's see. We could get rid of Fortify the Border. I think we can get rid of this. Oh, we're over anyway. We're over our edicts. Information quarantine. I think we can go... Fleet supremacy. We like that. But I was wondering getting improved energy efficiency initiative. Pop consumer goods upkeep. That doesn't help us though. Where is the capacity subsidies? That's what I'm looking for. Technician output. I mean, that should help us. Let's enact that. It'll eat into our unity, but quite honestly, we kind of do need this. We need to get a more stable income going.
Secured.
There we go. Plus 251. That looks a lot better.
Technology secured.
We have consumer goods coming out of the bazoo. That's true. But we also really need them. I'll do the redemptions in a second. Let's just pick some new research while before we get on that. Habitability, robo modding. I mean, that's kind of good. Destroyer hull points, Star Fortress. Habitat Central Complex, orbital habitats. That could be good. But I think we're gonna go with that. Let's get some extra habitability for everyone. It's the cheapest research. What do we have here? Advanced reactor booster, we don't really need that. Colony development speed, don't need that. Research station output could be good.
Upgraded.
Wait. Let's get this. It's nearly done. Advanced combat roles, it's nearly done. Check that out in a second. Let me do the work scouts. And we keep the game running while we do. Alright. Thank you, Rookie. And we do the curls first, so... 1.
Sphere of influence expanded.
2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. And for the squats. 1, 2,
Blocker cleared.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10. There we go. Thank you for looking out for my health, getting me on the workout trains. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. All right, you are a official, and we can only really upgrade what you're already doing. Planetary build speed, district upkeep. Let's get you that. Environmental engineer. Righteous. Let's go for righteous. There are some places that need some righteousness in our little empire. Scientist and surveying. So let's boost your survey speed even further. Governing Savasic. Unity from jobs. I think he is not governing a planet, but... No, he is governing a planet. Okay. We have a new colony. Avalon. In the Avalon system. Smelly land. Okay. What do we do here? Mina, what do you think? What should this be? I mean, we're fairly good here now. What we could really use, what we don't have, what we could really use. Wait. What am I voting? Declare war. The Pact of Brios 4. Who is this? What? Why do I get a vote when they... What? They wish to declare war on them. I don't understand. Who are they? Why do... What? Who are you? I can just tell a random other empire to be like, nah. Huh. What was that? Does anyone know what that was? That was really weird. So what we don't have is urban planets. What was my train of thought here? Why are we so low there? I think this might become a mining world. Yeah, I think we're gonna go make a mining world out of this one. Why was I thinking urban world? What was good about that? I don't know, just have a big world with lots of pops, lots of things happening. Nah, I'll be a mining world. I think it's from another Forge world coming online or something. That's where that's going. Start a grand tournament. Very good, very good. Sure. We'll do that.
Council agenda ready.
Where are the Pact guys even located in the galaxy? I think they're pretty close, actually. I think they're pretty close. So let's pass the resolution, borderless authority. I don't know what resolution that is. Borderless authority. I don't know what that is. Or where that is. And I can't search this either. I need small text and everything is bad. Ah, down here it is. Subjects have blah blah blah. Doesn't really matter for us. But we voted against it, I think. Okay, let's get our council agenda going. And Concordation? No. Monthly unity. I think we can use some monthly unity. Since we're paying a little bit extra now. Let us reinforce our fleets here. Is this who that was? Yeah, that's them. These guys wanted to fight the Phophosians. Who are you? Why do I get a say in what is going on? That is so weird. Why did I get a say in this? Also sitting on 1k influence again. Make some claims. Yep, thank you. I think all this here is just fair. It's just right and fair. Let's get all the systems that have someone living on them first. And then all the other systems as well. That's good for a war. And also make some more claims here. That's basically nearly all settled systems from the Phophosians. And I like that we know exactly where his fleets are. We know exactly how many he has. We know exactly where they are. So, against the Fafas rather than the yeah, I mean, these are not a problem, right? They're just kind of sitting around there. Or who did you mean? Like these guys, what are they gonna do? Not much. But these guys, they are an actual threat on our border. Which I do not appreciate. So we're gonna go start massing our fleets and we're gonna go start dealing with this again. So let's bring these. Do I have enough to upgrade them? Do not have enough to upgrade these. But I think it's time for us to end this once and for all. Or move it around enough that it doesn't matter much anymore. Okay, advanced combat rules. Very good. Like that. Basic cloaking fields. Should we get that? I mean, that's a new thing. That's from one of the DLCs. Well, new to me. New to us. We haven't had that until yesterday. Oh, wormhole travel. I don't want that either, honestly. That's dangerous stuff. But cloaking could be good. And it's kind of among the cheapest here. The FTL inhibitors would be pretty good as well. Helps fleets not just randomly bypass your systems and fly through everything. This doesn't really matter. I think we're going to go for the basic cloaking. Sounds good to me. And we're losing monthly trade price too high, too low. Cloaca fields. I don't quite think that's what that is. I don't quite think that is what that is. Okay, we have found something. Let's excavate the site. Our science folk need some work. Steam patron, yes, give me money. Thank you. New fleet is coming our way thanks to our boys. Thanks to our mercenaries. Do all of our planets have a designation? Factory world. Yep. A routine ecological study of our colony on Smelly Land has stumbled upon a strange fungal life form. We dispose of them, or we take a closer look. Let's take a closer look. Before we just throw them in the bin
upgraded
and make them into food. Okay. Vessels upgraded, that's good. The spores have ears. We have concerning reports coming from Smelly Land. Upon further examination, it seems that the alien fungus we found emitting a signal towards a location in the galaxy that we were unable to pinpoint so far. Telemetry and security analysis indicate that it's completely possible for the mycelium to be some kind of advanced spying organism. However, it is worth noting that this organism is old. There is a fair chance that whomever engineered the spying mushrooms is not around anymore, but if they are, it might be best not to poke the sleeping predator. Let's go find out some more, shall we? Let's be some curious little bees. Finish the upgrades here and start moving our fleets now.
Upgraded.
And all the upgraded fleets. How are you vessels upgraded and you still have ships that need upgrading? Tell me that.
Vessels upgraded.
Are we good now? Are we done? Are we upgraded? The upgrading just never ends. You know, you could declare the offensive rivals formally. I could. I don't think I feel like I had, but careful analysis of the mycelium and the signals showed that it was likely part of networks of similar organisms, possibly spanning across the galaxy as a whole, and maybe beyond. While we do not know much, we discovered as part of the network, this mycelium was also receiving signals from other places. We cannot be certain, but considering several factors, including the volume of data transferred, we believe that someone is actively using the network and collecting information from it. We are already working on a counterintelligence plan of disinformation, and security measures are being updated empire-wide to account for this form of spycraft. Ooh, extra encryption +1. That's cool. That's a cool story, bro. As the kids would say. This is endless. This will be endless. Oh, I hate this endless upgrading.
Vessels upgraded.
I hate it. Let's send you here as well. Oh, there we go. Orbital bombardment, defensive army, damage +25. I mean, resettlement cost. We don't really need either. I think I'd go with this rather, because we do have like a defensive planet here.
Vessels upgraded.
So this might help eventually. Steam patron, our shipyards have been working tirelessly. Yeah, very good. Finally, the mercenaries are paying for themselves. Let's check on the rival situation here. Oh, the Verfossens are multicultural. Let's declare them our rivals. I mean, we do get influence from that, but it doesn't really help us much. Monthly trade price too high, too low. I hate that so much about this trade system. Like, I set it to whatever. Don't tell me. It's fine. I mean, I know why it tells me, because so I'm not confused why I get something sometimes and nothing some other times. You know, in that way, it does make sense that I get the info, but I can't do anything about it. So stop giving me the info. Only tell me if I can do something about it. What are we voting on? We're against it, but I don't think we have enough weight to fix this. The monadic weight from fleet power +80%. The problem is the ship upkeep. Like, that's what I wanted to keep low. But I don't mind. If it goes the other way, it goes the other way. Our diplomatic weight will go up a little bit, I think.
Blocker cleared.
Not too much, but a little bit. That blocker cleared was here, I think. So that means you can build another energy district, another generator district. Which you might want to do eventually. Our minor artifacts are full again. Let's sell them to private collectors, because it's all we can do with it at the moment. There are, if we research the ancient ship weapons, that could help us, because that then uses the minor artifacts to maintain. So that could be an option eventually. Boy, howdy, the cloaking is actually... That takes a while, huh? Let's fold these into the Mandible Bruiser. Which I'm not allowed to do. Why? I don't know. Can't fold them into Albert either. What's going on here? Why can't I group you? Can I group you with something else? I mean, they start flying towards it, but they don't vanish. Usually, if the grouping works, they immediately vanish. Eh.
Sphere of influence expanded.
Records aboard the station reveal that the former inhabitants were deeply religious and had no contact with the outside world, which they feared and despised. Every aspect of their lives was so governed by an omniscient oracle who scribed their destinies at birth. Divine will decided everything from their choice of partner and occupation to the minutiae of their daily lives, leaving them to the little individual freedom. Most were afraid to diverge from their destined paths, as all who did perished under mysterious circumstances. I'd say you have a murderous oracle. That sounds more like it.
Upgraded.
Okay, I think our fleets did merge successfully. Yep, that is what it looks like. So let's reinforce them. Let's keep throwing bigger ships on our bigger fleets. Or more ships, rather, on our bigger fleets. What's up in the situation log? We are pretty far away from victory here. The Icarusian Forerunners are the biggest, the bestest. It's funny, the Fafosan industries are actually pretty high up there. Like, we have a pretty powerful enemy there. I'm not researching that. I mean, we could, but that takes 444 months. Nah. We ain't doing that. Interpreting history, I mean, that's done as far as I can tell. Trench world. Science ship, why are you sitting around? Do things. Go do something. There's always something to do. Go find it. Oh, wait, speaking of which. Oh, there's a tropical world. Which we could go colonize then. That's a decent system. Brings us some rare crystals in. It's worthwhile freeing up. Let's hope they don't ever come in our territory again, because that is a bit of a hassle to deal with. So the Fafers are our formal rivals now. Not sure if that's a good idea or a bad idea. But since they are higher and stronger than us, we can fully kick them out of our space. Basically. See, let's push some more claims here. Let's deteriorate those relationships even further. Let's bring our military fleet a little bit closer as well. Our soldiery. We need dosery. Oh boy, that was bad. Even for me, that was bad. Automatic resettlement to other colonies is enabled for unemployed slaves and automatic resettlement chance 100%. I don't really need that. Okay, let's make us another Gulk world. Anyone want to name this one? Chat. I'll take a sip of water right now. No, wait. Wait. Meat sauce had a thing. Wait. What was it? Coconut Bay? Botany Bay. Botany Bay, which, you know, feels correct for a tropical world. So now we have that. There we go. Done. Finished, chat. We fixed it. By the way, if you're new to here, maybe go check out our Discord. Maybe consider a follow. Would appreciate it. We're always happy to grow our little community. So what do we have? We have... What's happening with our minerals? I think we're building stations. That's kind of where it goes. Habitability plus 5% and robo-modding. Exotic gas refineries. I think we need that because we are kind of low on that stuff. Civilian fabricators is also good, but I think we're gonna go with that. If we look here, rare crystals is going down. But rare gases, we use that as well, especially on the refinery stuff. Let's buy us some rare crystals. That should hold us over a while. But we're also getting some here. Now we don't have the tech yet. We have a bunch lying around in our systems. We just can't mine it yet. Well, that's inconvenient. It's very sad. Didn't you already do Botany Bay? No, I promised I would, but I never did. This is the Great Khan's resting place, which I said I would rename, but I never did. Speaking of which, I think we're just gonna go with... What are you gonna be? A factory world? No. A forge world? Yeah. Let's have another forge world. I felt cheated for a split second then. As well you should. You should absolutely try and hold me more accountable. I do feel like I did cheat you. That's why I'm so happy that in the last second I did kind of sort of realize my mistake. Didn't immediately correct it, mind, but I did realize. Alright, the question is, do we have enough military power to bonk them? We have what? What do we have sitting here? We have... I can't do math. Like 45,000, and they have what? Around the same, more or less. I was barely able to muster even a small amount of outrage. Must be that heat. The hot world that we're in. Let's get you spycraft. I mean, I don't know. I don't care. Either is fine. It feels like you should call one of the mercenaries, but let's hear your little declination of that. Can I use it like that? Declination as the opposite of inclination? The archaeological team has made an unexpected discovery. Embedded within the station walls is a hidden... If the favors turn out to be bad video games again, you'll win. Okay. They have been feeding visual and auditory information at a single point somewhere within the station's core. Someone was monitoring disciples at all times, even in their most private moments. In some spaces, the equipment has been torn out of sabotage. Closer to the central hub, there are signs of violence and disruption. It seems as though at some point the inhabitants discovered they were being monitored. Ah, that oracle. Totally pulling all them strings. Build some stuff. Come on now. Okay, these guys have pledged secret fealty to us. That's cute. So, wait, if we go to war against their overlords, the Fafosians, they are going to join on our side. I think that's what that means. I think that is exactly what that means. So might we dare? Geological surveys conducted on by colonies on Great Khan's resting place have revealed massive vault buried deep inside the main mountain range. All evidence towards being some kind of Moon's ancient nuclear war. The vault has been sealed for many centuries, but our instruments have detected a faint... This gives me Dune vibes. We're at the end of the second one. They're just like, hey, we got all those nukes. Maybe we use those. Let's crack the vault open. Let's go.
Log updated.
Maybe our pointlessly sitting around science ships can do something about that. Nope, you can't. Very good. Let's bring you back then. Let's appoint our boys again to be planetary secretaries. By chance, patrol units recently discovered a hidden deep space resource cache in the Parim system, close to our border with the Zeltec raiders. Massive cargo containers of the cache contained spores from several Zeltec raids that must have been launched centuries ago. At some point, this cache was forgotten. I mean, I like that they call that massive, but we'll take it for sure. Small military fleet from our mercenaries. Let's go. Planets and sectors. Where's the Imp sector? Impime sector. Like to open that and get our scientists dealing with some of these planets, shall we? Before they sit around doing nothing. Just throw them anywhere. Doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, Gulk can definitely use one. Let's see, no orders. No, our scientists, what we're looking for. You're doing something, so that's fine. Head of research has an upgrade again, and ooh, research speed, archaeo studies. No, I think we're gonna go with research speed propulsion, and now, yeah, propulsion. It's not really ideal. None of that is ideal. Who's idle? Our Lord Chancellor is idle. Let's throw him on a planet as well. Where is he? The idle fool. There, go take care of that planet. If the Favs turn on... no, we already read that. We have traced the wiring to a temple complex devoted to the worship of the Oracle and her clergy in the station's central node. But in the Oracle's chambers, instead of a divine entity, resides an enormous AI nexus of the Oracle brand. Wires extend from its core like a nervous system through the entire station. Secret communications between the inhabitants reveal there was a failed attempt of storming the temple and deactivating the nexus. Seems likely the society collapsed when it became known that their lives were not governed by divine will but by a prophetic computer. Restarting the nexus will require extensive repairs. Well, let's go restart the prophecy computer. Apparently that turned out super well for the last people who did that. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. That sounds like a really good idea. As far as ideas go, I think that is one of the best ones we ever had. Do we attack someone with parity? I'm really against that. So we're gonna go send the mandible cruisers down here. The mandible bruisers. Okay, I found the hyper relay. I might be able to break free from my surrounding rivals. Congratulations, Rat, for seeing it through and getting there. That's pretty cool. Oh, we have an enigmatic cache again. Interesting. I like this. I like that we're no longer red everywhere, but we're also earning very, very slowly compared to what we are using up. But there's some mineral stuff to be built. Steam Patron. Oh, 5,000 minerals. Just as I start complaining about it. This is my most German superpower I have. I swear to you, it works. As a German, you just have to complain about things. Once you start complaining, the things get fixed. They change. People take care of things. It's incredible. It's of course purely anecdotal evidence that supports my claims here, but it has worked so often. I tell ya, there's something to it. We've discovered what appears to be the remains of a massive particle accelerator in Great Khan's resting place. It was found in a still radioactive region covered by a massive bomb crater, suggesting the accelerator was considered a strategic target of great importance during the moon's nuclear war. We have recovered several research logs written in scientists in charge of the accelerator. Although that technology of their civilization was fairly underdeveloped, some of the theoretical research and formulas described in the logs advanced even by our standards. I mean, our standards aren't very high, but that's cool. So maybe, honestly, we should switch this around to be a research planet. Now that we got this modifier here. I think we're gonna turn this into a research planet instead. If I could only find the option. Where is it? There. Tech world. Let's go. Let's try and take care and make use of the things that help us. What did we learn? Reverse engineer minor artifacts. Ooh, good stuff. We'll check that out in just a second. War exhaustion and claim influence cost. Blockers. We don't really have that much of that. Embassy building complex. We don't need this. Anything that is worthwhile researching here. It doesn't look like it. So I think looking that we're about to go to war again, interstellar campaigns might be best for us. Not that we need the claim influence cost, but the war exhaustion reduction is pretty good. Why is this system, why are these systems unclaimed? Like, that makes me worry a little bit. What's going on here that no one goes there? What's up with that? Let's reinforce our Fleet McFleet phase. The cloaking... What does cloaking do? Bypassing detection by conventional sensors. I mean, that probably means that we can't see them on the map anymore. Should we bring in a mercenary fleet here? I mean, we have historically always fought with mercenaries, but I feel like maybe we don't need to. Maybe we can stand our own feet for once.
Construction complete.
Maybe we can indeed do things ourselves now. Maybe we are capable of such. Wait.
Construction complete.
Why are you leading a ship still? You should be on a planet somewhere. Oh, you know what? You're gonna go lead this planet. You. Head of research. Build us our research planet. Be good about it. Where do we get the hyperlane technology? Because... Wait, did we already unlock this and I just never looked that we can do that? Did that happen? No, not go there now. Do you think? Research station... Nah. Nah. Hasn't happened yet. All good, all good. We're good, we're good. How long have you been working on this save? In terms of hours? So I really don't know. Maybe 12? 12 hours, maybe? Like, this is the... Wait. I can check that, I think. I think I numbered the stream announcement cards for Stellaris, so I should be able to check that. Give me a second. And once I know which stream this is, then I know how much time we have put in there. Yeah, this is our 5th stream. So, somewhere between 16 and 20 hours into this particular save. Okay. Our engineers have restored the Oracle's Nexus to an operative state, but not without first disabling a defense system. Evidence suggests it may have been responsible not only for keeping the station's inhabitants alive, but also for killing them. It ran complex computational models that forecast their lives with an estimated accuracy of 75%, correcting divergences and incapacitating future troublemakers before they could disrupt divine order. It has indicated that it wishes to speak to us. Okay, let's talk to it then. Remove archaeological site from Vetin Vitar. What do you want? There it comes. You don't look like a machine. The Oracle manifests an elaborate 3D hologram of a tall anthropod female with wings that settle around her form as flowing robes. She bows her head in greeting and stares emptily. I've never heard anyone write emptily. Is that something that happens in English literature? That's crazy. Stares emptily ahead with hundreds of huge orbed unseeing eyes. They glow dimly in the gloom as she speaks. Welcome to Divinity Station, friends. I cannot help but notice that you have disabled my security systems. May I implore that you restore it immediately? I can assure you that it is there only for your protection. What are you? What is a code 034N deviation? Watch trial. What is the Republic? Did it even say anything about a Republic? We could use your site. A skill 5 official endowed with the site joins your empire. So if we get this dude, I think he can't be killed and he'll just forever exist. So that's crazy. Oh, he's actually really, really good. Could scrap them. I don't think that's worth it. Legit word. Crazy. English is crazy. What happened to the inhabitants of the station? I have a failsafe that requires me to terminate a trial in the event of a code 034N deviation. The research has become a threat to the Republic. Okay, now it said the things. What are you? I am Oracle, an artificial intelligence gifted with this site. My software allows to predict your future with a divine accuracy of...
Rookie second gifted a tier 1 court position to biostar_92.
Is this game worth to even try without DLCs? Yes. Yes. Stellaris next to Crusader Kings is among one of those games that is polished enough in the base without DLC. Absolutely agree. And good evening, Biostar. Congratulations for the gift sub. And thank you, Rookie, for the gift sub. I appreciate it. It's very kind and very generous of you. Or at least Stellaris plus just the Utopia DLC. Imagine you were looking at someone with anger. You'd be looking at them angrily. I get that. Yeah. I've never... Good evening to all. Good evening to you, Biostar. How are you doing? Have you ever played... I mean, right now it's free. You can play Stellaris right now free until tomorrow, I think. So if you want to check it out yourself, see how it is without the DLC. And I think the free version is without the DLC. Yeah, Utopia and Federation, like those two are probably the most interesting ones you could get. But never get any DLC unless it's on sale. Is Solstice today? Well, happy Solstice to you as well. What is a code 034N deviation? The test subject had developed free will. Thank you, Planetary Cube, for the follow. Welcome. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well tonight. It's fine if you just want to lurk. Perfectly acceptable. But if you want to chat, totally up for it. What is the code? Subject had... And Biostar92 also coming in with the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Growing the Empire. So we have more sensible input from chat that can help me govern the second galactic empire of ours. Free will can only be abolished with nerve gas. Okay. Alright. The Oracle has no chill. The Oracle has no chill whatsoever. Ah, dang. I want to pull a screenshot from this real quick. That is some fantastic stuff there. That is crazy. That goes straight into our memes channel. Rookie, that's not my meme. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's see. What trial? My trial, I was designed to build and maintain a society free of crime and suffering. A utopia in which every citizen was instilled with divine purpose and lived up to their full potential. unfettered by indecision and desire. What is the Republic? The Republic is no more. Well, that's very literal. Let's get him to join the Empire. He's an official, so he's very good at governing stuff. He's an industrialist. Let's get him on here. Let's get him on board. He has the site. What does that do? Planet governor, sector, stability +5, happiness -5%, specialist. So, I mean, that's good. Crime -45. We might put him as a planet governor on one of those. Talk about your classic 0 to 100 nerve gas. Absolutely. We could put him on one of our crime planets. He might make quick work of it and make everyone think that that's exactly what they should do. Ooh, unifier. Unity from jobs. Ooh, yeah. I think I want that. Building a district upkeep, planetary builds. I mean, that's also good. That's just a level up though. Let's get him this. Let's upgrade. Ah, damn. Both of these really good. Assembler. Mechanical pop assembly speed. Nah. Refinery focused. Oof. Oh, he's so good. Adventurous spirit. Leader upkeep. Effects apply while not on the council. Okay, so his upkeep is reduced by 10%, which is what? 1.5? It's not so bad either. I mean, he's the most expensive we have. Settler, planet government, amenities +10, and housing. He is a god. He's worth the money for sure. Do we? I don't want to make him refinery focused. We'll give him settler. Okay, now we need to find one of those crime planets. How do I find my crime planets? How do I find my crime planets? It was one of them was something with A, probably the sector involving the crime planets. I mean, it was something with A that was constantly named in the crime planet report. Definitely Nunki. Like, Nunki keeps falling into it, but right now they are not the one. It's not this one either. It's not this one, so it must be in this one here somewhere. Let's check out Nunki. I mean, we still have a high crime rate. Let's put him on Nunki for now. And Nunki is an agri-world that's doing nothing. Oh my god, he immediately squashed that by like 30%. Is he wasted on an agri-world? Yeah, we switch this around.
The Emperor shall do 10x squats.
Alright, thank you Rookie for more health-based stuff that we're going to do in a second. But let me fix this around. This is going to be a refinery world because this guy... Gas refinery, translucent output, chemical... Like, he's right and ripe for this. It's probably not ideal, but it's okay. I mean, there's nothing agricultural going on here anyway. Leader level up, what are you? Lord Chancellor and governing. So council agenda speed. Yeah, let's move that up a bit. Got the politician 2 trait. I heard that the Gigantify emote is only redeemable through bits. Yeah, I can't change that either. Like, I have no choice in that. You can only do these through bits. There's nothing I can change about it, sadly. Okay, let's do some quick workout while our empire takes care of itself here. If you have any questions about Stellaris whatsoever, please ask. Chat and I are happy to help, even while I do this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Well, the reason it's not changeable is because then they make more money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Now come the 10 squads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much. Why give someone fun for free if you can charge them and have them have less fun? It's just, yes, more enclave. Pay me. If you pay me. Is that how that goes? More enclave dividends. Honestly, I get most excited when they give us research, because that's where we're worst at. Alright, the Emperor at the tender age of 63. Let's see what you give us. Intimidator. Maximal influence from power projection. That's pretty cool. Army build speed and cost. Naval capacity, ship starting experience. I mean, we don't really need the naval capacity at the moment, but the starting experience is pretty good. This is also pretty good, though. Army build speed plus 20% and build cost minus 10%. Then again, do we need armies so much? Yeah. Let's go with the recruiter, I think. Might have been the wrong choice there, but that's okay. You can do something as well. Commander, commanding the fleet, you make fleet phase, so you become an admiral. So we have been sitting on that border for a while. This is still what? It's like 45,000 something. 50,000 nearly. We have 50,000 here. Actually, we have more. Let's reinforce these further.
Technology secured.
We have 60 something thousand. Exotic gas refineries, finally. So we can build some of these. Okay, what else do we have? Integrated cybernetics. Habitability plus 5%. I find that very attractive. Swarmer missiles, also interesting. Orbital habitats, maybe. It's our first big projects. Armored torpedoes. It's pretty far along, but it's unlocked anyway. So, chat, what you think? What you think, chat? Habitability up, which is good. We have some Tomb worlds settled. And it's one of the cheaper options as well. I mean, Star Fortress would also be good, I think. Orbital habitats might be cool. Might be cool. Could give us some extra place, space, and wiggle room. Not a wriggle womb. What the heck is a wriggle womb? I wouldn't know. If chat doesn't say anything, we're gonna go for the integrated cybernetics. Going once. Going twice. Going. Let's upgrade these. Da da da. Bum 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 bum.
Technology secured.
Bum, 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 bum. Is a wriggle womb something you do with breeding courtiers? Yeah, gotta leave them some wriggle womb. That's exactly how that works. Okay. Physics research. I don't know anything about physics. Shield capacitor might be a good thing. Helps them be stronger. quickly transferred to reinforce. I mean, I do like me some ship shields. Don't think we need a disruptor. Don't need a reactor booster. Already got that pretty high. Research station output plus 10% might be pretty good, honestly. How much do we get? It doesn't even say where it comes from. But I think it's pretty much from stations as well. So let's invest into more research by boosting how much research we get from the research that we do. Makes sense? Sure makes sense to me. Ooh, our science ships now have some cloaking devices. Ooh. Ooh la la. Hot. After decloaking, the cloaking field generates 120 days because... I mean, I don't know exactly what it does. I mean, it tells me, but does it tell me? Do I understand? I think I do not understand. Let's move you here. And who's leading this thing? Nana Pneumonia. Imagine being called pneumonia. It doesn't start with a P, but it might as well. It's very unfortunate. Okay, are you still secretly fealty to us? Yeah. So if we start attacking the Fafosians, they will come to our aid. Okay. I think it's time for us to do this again. If we see that we are floundering, we will call in mercenaries. Basically. Allegiance War. No, I don't care. We have 13 claims that we're trying to conquer from them. Wait. Using this war goal to claims generate 25% less threat for each conquered system. Okay, so if we wage war for this, then these guys become our vassals, kinda. I mean, let's try this.
We have declared war to safeguard our interests.
We sure have, and we jump right in. Both feet first. It might go really, really wrong. We'll see how our fleets do.
Spaceport under attack.
Excuse me? Is that there? Where's my spaceport under attack? It might be this. It might be this this transport fleet going through here.
Vessels.
I think that might be that. Let's see if our fleets can win this. I mean, the first fleet that engaged is pretty much done. Yeah, that's looking fairly okay for us at the moment. It's not looking so good anymore. Okay, it's looking a little bit better. It's looking okay. We have superiority. Just wasn't quite as good as I would have liked it. Like, that was a little bit more painful than it had any right to be. Okay, we're just gonna go immediately land on their home planet. Setting one fleet to bombard from orbit. Do they have anything else here? Who are you? Delta mercenaries. Oh, they got their own mercenaries now. Interesting. That's probably why they are so strong as well. Or rather, why they have fleets even capable of dealing with us. So the question is, will they send their fleets to try and retake this? Is this what they're gonna go do? Or is it something else? Let's see. This commander, Mandible Bruisers. Oh, good evening, Lilibin. Lilibin? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello and welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Trickster says, chat, Alright, Mina. You got it. Trickster Chubby. It's not great, but again, given all the other options, it's not the worst either. Yep, they're flying in their fleet to try and retake the system. So all our fleets are just kind of sitting around here, waiting to meet the enemy.
Vessels.
Oh, this fleet. They started with 12,000, didn't they? Got decimated down to 6. That's kind of crazy. I mean, decimation is something else, but they and now they're back to 12,000. And I think... Wait, are you already... Like, were you successful? No, what? Why didn't you land? Also, why don't you have a leader? Let's get your leader, shall we? We have 6 out of 6. We're going to go over a little bit, but that's okay. Council agenda speed. I don't care. Let's go with the army damage guy. He's the right one. Let's land our armies. Let's go. Maybe the issue was that there was a army flying in.
Planetary invasion commenced.
This is where their fleets fled to.
Tactical retreat.
What do you mean tactical retreat? From where? Oh, the science ship tactically retreated because enemy fleet just joined the system here. All right, let's see. We have another fleet coming in. Luckily, they're drip feeding right now. They're not all coming in at once, so we might have some chances. Though this fleet here is getting destroyed pretty hard. Okay, this guy here, trust cap, intolerance. I mean, okay, if he wants to be intolerant. They actually have a lot of defenses here, but our brave Gulkan slave warriors are doing the very best to take care of it. Can we repair here? Is that a possibility? Or where do we go for that? We go far away. Accidentally clicked on that. That wasn't really what I wanted to do. Okay, the science ship. They went there. And it looks like this fleet might try and get around us, which I don't like all that much. Do I bring in mercenaries? I think we're bringing in mercenaries. I mean, we still have our own fleet. But let's bring in a mercenary fleet to help us just stabilize the situation. The mercenary fleet is just gonna go and fly through all the systems. That's their job. They just go through all the systems, take care of them.
Tactical retreat.
Ah, dang. Other armies landing. They're already engaged in battle. They're nearly done. Okay, I need to stop this fleet from moving.
Spaceport under attack.
And I need to bring these fleets over here. Because this is currently under attack.
Zero-G research platform disrupted.
And we don't like that.
Ground invasion force has seized a planet.
That's what you like to hear. So we're going to go do something. We're going to go land them all again. We're just going to park them there. Because if they're on the planet, they can't be destroyed by a fleet coming in orbit. And if someone wants to destroy them, they have to bomb the planet or land armies and defeat them. New negative trait. Stability -5. Good. Cruelty. That's what we want out of our leaders. Let's hope our fleets can take care of this. Oh, this one! This planet was the crime planet, the other one. But it's not so bad. We got it under control now. This fleet here is a little bit too well equipped for my taste. So they're coming in with what?
Vessel production capacity violently diminished.
Yep. That's the thing with Stellaris attacking somewhere. Back from Secret Lurk. Well, welcome back, Fusion.
Expanded.
New colony founded. Botany Bay. What is it? Mina, what shall we do with this planet? I do think we need mining worlds, really. So I think mining world it will be. Got a Shandu Cyndaquil from the hell weather that is outside. 90 and more than 85% humidity in burger units. Named it after my friend's late cat. I don't know what a Shandu Cyndaquil is. But Botany Bay only has 5 mining district spots though. Yeah, that's fine. They're gonna go mainly on mining, but they're gonna use it for other things as well. It's alright.
Spaceborne lifeform encountered.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Got so many negative traits all of a sudden. That's kind of weird. So this guy here is our army commander. So we're gonna go with Butcher. Now let's bump the Trickster. So if he ever engages on a military fleet, he can disengage quickly.
Enemy vessels.
And this science ship here. Research and research. So they still have fleets. They keep getting bumped around. We're waiting for the mercenaries to arrive. Probably. To try and help the situation. If the station here were to realign, would be great. But I think it's still rebuilding, sorta. So I don't think we can repair here yet. No, we cannot. Once it has a life, like once it has a military value, then we can start repairing our ships right here. Until then, we're just gonna go sit in this system and hope for the best.
Council agenda ready.
Until our far-flung guys arrive. Let's go. More Unity output. Shiny and Hundo. Hundo means perfect stats. Oh, okay, I got it. A Shundo. And Cyndaquil is a Pokemon. Okay, I got it. Imp, do you live in one of the cities hosting the Euros? God, thank no. I used to live close to one. It's complete insanity. No, thank God. I am annoyed enough as it is with all the hype that's going on. I wouldn't want to have to deal with it on a structural thing. Seems like one giant party. Yeah. I wish I could forget all the trouble that is lurking and have just party right now, but I find it extremely cynical, the whole system right now, at least from the videos. Yeah, Germans love two things: drink beer in public and hate things under the surface, and then when they're drunk in public, they can let it all out. FIFA? What do you mean FIFA? That's a very corrupt sports organization, yes? They exist. Concordation, no. What do we need? Time to launch. Citizen pop-upness. Nah. Stability, eh. Yeah, let's kick more toward telepathy. Maybe we can just get it through council agendas. Okay, the station has health again. That means we can repair our ships right here in this system. Which we absolutely should do. Try and pump them back up to full strength. Yeah, still wild. Nothing changed after all those FBI raids. Fuck Irund and find out. Yep. Might even work in German. So are they coming for us, or where are they going? I think they're coming for us. But one fleet, at least 2 fleets were repaired. So we're sitting a little bit better than we just did when they came into these systems last time. To try and retake it. So they might be going elsewhere. Yeah, they're going
Tactical
elsewhere.
Retreat.
No, not all of them are going elsewhere. Just some of them are going elsewhere. Okay, listen up. Just go and research this project, eh? Don't worry about it. The military fleet will take care of it. I guarantee you the military fleet will protect you.
Attacking enemy vessels.
You can trust our military.
Spaceport under attack.
You can always trust the imp
Zero-G
military.
platform disrupted.
Always. Okay, they're traveling around us again. But now they're coming toward us. Let them. Let them. Everyone repair again. More fleets coming in, but this one is just a small thing that tried to travel through. What I'm worried about is what's going to jump in here. That's going to disrupt this guy. So we'll send this over there. Go and repair here, please. Don't go elsewhere. Okay, these are doing this. Everyone repairing? Yes, everyone is repairing. The last time I cared about football was back when God's dog was a pup, but even I hate FIFA. I remember the ship combat being sick in this, but never knew how it worked. The ship combat is literally Crusader Kings. It's quite literally Crusader Kings, with the only added difference, basically, that... Let's cloak you. Maybe that helps. But the only other difference is that you have a direct influence on how your ships are built. So if you're facing an enemy that has a lot of damage against, say, shields, then you can build toward hull and let them eat your shields, but you know, take care of the hull. Stuff like that. So you have a little bit more granular control over what you're doing. In my opinion. Come on, repair on this station, please. But apart from that, everything else is completely automated. You get to design your men-at-arms. That is what you get to do here. I keep a close watch on these activists. Ethics shift chance, 50%. We cannot allow this. Unity from jobs, minus 10%. Governing ethics attraction. From the moment announced settlement of the modest planet, nearly every political voice in the Empire has had something to say about it. Analysts don't suspect that anything truly radical is taking root on Botany Bay, but they advise some caution. Bigger number equals win, basically. Not always, mind. If you have a good military selection, better research, better weapons, you can still win with a lesser number, but it's extremely rare. It's exceedingly rare. You have to be a really hard counter for what their ships are built. But again, it's very rare that you would see that. We'll just keep an eye on them. I don't know. So will our cloaked research ship be safe? I wonder. Our mercenary fleet is taking literally forever. But we're getting us some good research. So that's nice. And our ships are being repaired. Can we upgrade here as well? I don't want to reinforce because reinforcements are just going to be pushed through this. Okay, great. Now they're pushing toward our stuff, so we have to go attack them.
Zero-G research platform.
Because I am not accepting this nonsense here. That is unacceptable. What's going on here? Their war exhaustion is already 100%. That's crazy. The Enclave is paying us dividends. Very good. I think this is their mercenaries.
Council agenda available.
Where are you going? Are you coming to me? I appreciate that. God,
Attacking enemy vessels.
how very fortuitous that you just jumped right into my fleets. Okay, we're gonna go take these two, send them out here. And the weaker fleet will keep on through there. They can't kick your ass without coming closer.
Attacking enemy
You'd hope
vessels.
so. You'd hope they can't do that. Let's see, political discourse on Botany Bay. As instructed, our informants on Botany Bay has been delivering regular updates on the colony's developing political situation. In short, the trending outlook appears good. Local enforcers and political agents have managed to keep outright dissent at a minimum, using only the bare minimum of resources. Rogue factions in particular have struggled to gain any meaningful ground amongst the colonists. The result is a political environment which remains firmly within our control. Well, excellent. These patriots are to be commended. Yeah, let's go. Let's get some unity out of it as well. And more enclave paid dividends. Resettlement cost minus 50%. Very good. And we get our next ascension perk. Galactic Nemesis, definitely not. Cosmogenesis. Time, gravity, and space are fundamental cogs that make up the clockwork operator. Can be learned to manipulate them. Numerous and secrets will be ours. Allows the Empire to progress. Okay. So there are two ways to become the Crisis now. Interesting. Defender of the Galaxy. Maybe, but mainly because it defends us, helping us get extra damage against endgame Crisis factions. Grasp the Void. Nah. Galactic Contender. Damage from two Fallen Empire to Gateway Builders to Awaken Empires. Nah. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Imperial Prerogative. Empire size from planets. Minus 50%. I don't think that helps us that much because our planets aren't even contributing. Systems, yeah. Colonies, 200. It is contributing a little, but not enough, I think. Transcendent Learning. Did it drop empire size by 100 since right now you're gaining... Yeah. But I don't think it's that super sensible. Executive Vigor, extra Edict Fund could help us a little bit. Technological ascendancy would help with lagging. Yeah, you're right. Let's go do that. Let's try and ascend technologically. Let's try and catch up a little bit. You are my Minister of Defense. Starbase upgrade cost. Let's go with this. Council agenda is available. Yeah, I don't care about that. Can't really do anything with that. We're learning some stuff here still. I think our research SIP is being left alone, and our fleets just came in the nick of time to prevent the station from falling. Like, just in the nick of time. They couldn't have been more on time here, I think. And our research ship is doing what they're supposed to. That's also nice. Let's go repair you. My only problem is this fleet. Ah, well, that's not a big fleet. Not a problem for you guys. Plus, our mercenaries are slowly coming in. So we can start getting some move on in this war. Because right now this is a fairly stuck situation. Isn't really what we wanted. Where are you going? Can you please stop doing that? Did the other fleet already leave? Oh god. Yeah, one fleet left. Where the heck did you go? What? How did you get... Oh my god. This is deeply annoying. I said to repair. They can repair at this station, but instead they chose to go I don't know where. That is very upsetting. Let's reinforce this fleet in the back here. So we have one strong fleet ready after the war is done. Very unacceptable. Very unacceptable. Like, you can repair right here. Right there is where you can repair. You know this. You just pretend you don't know.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
Where are we encountering all those spaceborne life forms, really? I do wonder.
Technology secured.
Oh. Advanced railguns is what we just secured through the research here. Ooh. Level 4 railguns. Lovely. Took that right out of their grubby little hands. I was so confused right now. Where's this ship? It's right here. When are you going to fight a Leviathan? I haven't seen a Leviathan, honestly. I mean, is this a Leviathan? I think that might be one. But that's one of those cute space whales. We're not going to fight that. Alien menaces. I don't care so much. There was a chance of getting a galactic dragon. Our Minister of Defense died at the age of 100. Let's go. Enact an appropriate memorial. Everyone gets to be happy about this. Yee, big space dragon. Now that thing is not a space dragon. That's a space wall.
Under attack.
Space whale, not a space wall. Space whale. Okay, so our Minister of Defense, who shall it be? Not the guy who has the bad thing. I mean, these are all kind of not great at the moment. None of them are really suited for the job. Let's put in the youngest then. So they do it the longest. Can my fleet please defend my research ship? That's what you're here for. Are you kidding me?
Recon and research vessel destroyed.
Damn. And the leader died on top of it.
Technology secured.
So much for our sneaky situation. I thought we were smart. Leader lifespan 10 years. Doesn't help you if you get killed, so. Let's go research some projects.
Do it for Bruce. Redeem the Emperor shall hydrate.
Thank you. I shall do indeed. Let me refill my cup real quick. Thanks for looking out. And cheers.
Blocker cleared.
Ah. Also, let me get some more light in here, I think. Whoop.
Vessel production capacity.
There we go.
violently diminished.
Let's see, physics research. What system did I just lose? This one. I hate them. Mercenary fleet can't arrive quick enough, honestly, to finally wipe the floor with all of them. Let's see, planetary shields. I like that as an idea. Detection array. High power suit capable of detecting cloaked fleets. I mean, okay. There we go, that's what we want. Hyperspace slipstreams. Hyperdrive 3 and networked movement. That might actually not be what I was looking for. But it's still what we're going to get for. Because our ships move slow as heck. Are there nukes? Yes. Missiles are usually nukes. Like the first type of missile you unlock is a nuclear missile. Where are these fleets going all the time that the mercenaries are building out? I mean, they're not fighting us, that much is clear. Let's keep pushing for Fleet Albert. We have commanders sitting on planets here. It's crazy. Let's upgrade them. Why can't we reinforce them further? Seems like we filled them up. Okay, now I think this fleet is going to go a little bit of a different direction. What are you doing? Pitched battle between two major gangs on Nunki. Alright. Go here. Our fleets need reinforcements. This will be a difficult battle until our mercenaries arrive. Then it will be a fine battle. Can you wipe a whole planet? Yes, there are planet destroyers later. Like the think Death Star, basically. That's what there is. This fleet is getting ripped apart. But there come our mercenaries to save the day. As in sweeping the other found. Yeah, I know it's doing what I told it to do, but it didn't take this. Usually they fly through and they take what there is. It just flew through. It didn't take that. Like it will remove it from the map. Yep. I mean, I think it remains as like a destroyed husk or something, like a uninhabitable thing. But overall, yeah. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. Systems here have hyper relays. So the fleet. No, I know that, but it doesn't matter if they fly through, and they have to fly through even with hyper relays. They should attack the station, and they didn't do that. They should have took that station. That's my point of contention here. Like I still can't go straight here. They just speed up. So doesn't matter too much. Anyway, I'll just send you right there. I don't even care. Just go straight there and destroy that once and for all, please. You are strong enough. I think. You should be fine wiping that out. No trouble, no problem. Can you guys repair here without leaving the system again? That would be fantastic.
Station under attack.
What? Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Vessel production capacity violently diminished.
Once you have beaten your enemy, it's super easy to keep control over everything. But if they still have some semblance of a fleet, anything really, it's such a slog. Such a endless back and forth. Let's bring in Fleet Albert. I mean, they will take forever to get here. But we're gonna go send Fleety McFleet Face home. They are completely decimated. Like it's no point keeping them here. Let's split apart. Let's move out a little bit. Let's try and spread. Let's try and contain this nonsense. Bring them to heal. And I have to unpause. Otherwise, no heal bringing will happen. Okay. Very good. War exhaustion minus 10%. That's kind of what we want. How many blockers do we have? 8. 8 of these. I think none of the other stuff here is important. So honestly, we're going to go with the blocker clearing. This is quicker and we have 5. This is slower, but we have 8. I think we're gonna go with that first. They're going through again. They're not attacking this. Why?
Attacking enemy assets.
Why do we just pass through this? Don't pass through this. Destroy it. It's right there to take. Okay, and now destroy them, please. Let's hope this fleet doesn't die.
Attacking enemy vessels.
Oh, how very practical. They came for us. That makes it easier. That means they're way weaker now here. Let's just be on the safe side and send everything that we have there. Well, not everything, but what we have there anyway.
Attacking enemy assets. Attacking enemy vessels.
Okay, this looks good. Now we're just gonna go clean up through this. If we lose some mercenaries, that's okay by me. They shouldn't lose though. We can lose some, not the whole thing, please. Yeah, there we go. Enemy fled. New planets for us to take. Let's bring in our armies, which we can now launch again. Dang it. I wanted the planet, please. Armies. Embark all. There they are. Okay, let's go here first. And then we work our way through slowly but surely. Alright, everyone move in. Let's get them. And you just keep reinforcing on your way back home. So all enemy fleets just converged here, but I think we got them. Ooh, 5,000 energy credits. That's a lot. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you have 0...
Spaceborne lifeform encountered.
10x squads. Alright. Okay, but we have cleaned them out a little bit now. I think they can still reappear here. But their fleets can only really reappear where they have stations. So they're gonna get gradually pushed in this direction. So our incoming fleet, we're gonna go send them here rather than anywhere else. I'll do the 10 squads in a second. Let's just get these orders right.
Under attack.
Habitability here. Dang, I don't. Right here. How did they even get there? I don't know. It's odd. Okay. Nebula refinery, mining station output plus 10%. That's actually good. And it's very cheap. And nothing else really matters here. So let's go with that. Watch our empire. Okay, that's how we're gonna go about it.
Rookie second redeem the Emperor shall do 8x 6 kilograms bicep curls.
Okay, bicep curls and squats coming right up. Did I lose my army? No, they have landed and they're fighting for the Empire on foreign alien worlds, spreading the good news and all that kind of stuff. Let's keep that open here. Let's hope our fleets can take Fafosanga again. Let's unpause this. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Ground
6,
invasion force has seized a planet.
7, 8. Very good. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Press the button more than I needed.
Enemy assets.
And before I start on the squads, we're gonna go take our army and keep taking some planets here. They have diminished a little bit since we first deployed them, but that's okay. Alright. Squads now. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6.
Planetary invasion
7.
commenced.
8. 9. 10. See, Stellaris is a great game. Keeps you physically fit. At least if you stream. And do what your chat tells you to do. Thank you so much, Rookie. Appreciate it. How's our planetary invasion going? Ah, it's not a problem. Not a problem at all. We need more slaves. But really, I think we should be quite fine.
Force has seized the planet.
We lost 200 on this one. Arid's Nest. Don't we have a planet called that? I feel we do. Where's our other science ship? There. It's slowly coming. Let's go research all these projects. We want to learn all we can about the Verfossens. We shan't be lagging behind no more. Nay, I say nay.
Planetary invasion commenced.
Let's watch that one as well. I wish this looked a little bit more interesting.
Council agenda ready.
Let's go. Telepathy, plus 25%. Psionic supremacy. Yeah, let's go. Since we're all psionics. Oh, wait. Our crystals are full. Our energy credits are full. Can you believe it? Let's buy us some minerals. Let's bump that and some alloys. There we go. Kraken Harlings are sitting around. We don't like that. Send this whole thing over here. Because that's pretty clear now. They can only ever come from this side anymore. We pushed them out of our main goals here. We have to push in here as well because there are some claims that we want. But that's okay. This is entirely clear. Now you can do Death Wall down that narrow path to exhaust them. Exactly. Speaking of claims, you're sitting on 1k influence. Thank you. Discovered the remnants of a half-finished Zeltec space habitat. Thank you. Okay, I was wrong. I don't know where these came from. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that goes. I don't understand. Where did this fleet come from? How can they just suddenly appear like that? In our system, no less.
Ground invasion force has
Again, they still have to go through the regulars. They have to go through the proper channels. They can't just go do that. That's not allowed. I know this. Let's just try and keep our armies ahead of this. This is deeply annoying. And the Mandible Bruiser Navy already arrived here, so
under attack.
I don't even know how that worked. We'll just leave them there for now.
Attacking enemy assets.
I think we've taken this. So now we run after them again. Update. I have no energy credits and consumer goods and the planet is in total revolt. But I'm about to win a war which will completely annex my neighbor. So it's all going to be worth it. Well, congrats, Rant. You're doing quite well there. I mean, you saw us earlier struggle. Now look at us. Buying alloys. Like some rich kids. Crazy stuff. 1.61 alloys to upgrade. That's... Okay, what? 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 So this fleet is just gonna go through all this now. They're just gonna go scrub. They're just gonna go yeet through here, as the kids would say. That's what's happening there.
Vessel production capacity violently diminished.
That is annoying. Like, they just keep going now, and I can't reach them.
Ground invasion force has seized the planet.
So all I have to do with my landing forces is just stay ahead of them. Stay away from them, basically. So we'll send them back here to be a little bit safer, I hope. Maybe our fleets can reach them, but... Oh, yeah. Nope.
Spaceport under attack.
We nearly had them. That is
Zero-G research platform disrupted.
incredibly annoying. But at least we got our troops out. Oh, wait, actually, you might be very right about the travel. Look at that. Like, this fleet came from here to here instantaneously, basically. That's weird, because I'm controlling these gates. How is he doing that? You might actually be right. Am I misremembering, or did they just change how that worked? Oh my good god. This will just be running in circles. So let's try and lock them in between two fleets, basically.
Production capacity violently diminished.
Let's try and lock them in between two fleets. So where are you going now, huh? Okay, now you're going nowhere. But now I'm coming in from both sides. So did you end up researching FTL inhibitors? I have not. Run in the opposite direction. Catapult. I mean, yes. Yes. But I don't have that, and my fleet just went from here to there. Or rather, from here to there. So it must be something with the hyperlanes. Because I don't have it. They might. That is very true. That is a good suggestion, yeah. Actually, I think you have. It's the green magnet icon on the... Yeah, but that's their stations. I didn't research that. That's his stations. I just took them over. I don't actually have that. That's just because they're mine for now. Minister of Defense. Commanding maneuver... Yep. So strategist would be fine as well. Military ship build speed. I think we need that. We have decimated our armies, our fleets a little bit. So the rebuilding will be appreciated.
Attacking enemy vessels.
Mandible bruisers are sitting right there. Oh, we can reinforce them. That's okay. They're not really in danger right now.
Special project complete.
And a new fleet is coming in. Debris has been analyzed. We like that. Okay, this fleet is getting destroyed. Did it get fully destroyed? Not quite yet. Let's call a retreat on them. Will you now leave the system? Oh, I'm going to go absolutely insane.
Spaceport under attack.
How are they so fast? What? Never mind, half my empire just revolted. Them's the breaks. Crystal mines, we need that. We need that. We're gonna get that. Yeah, we're gonna get that. We need that. We're gonna get that.
Attacking enemy vessels.
Okay, there we go. Finally, we got their fleet. Again. Are we losing? We lost. Okay, so our fleet was bigger than theirs, but theirs has better technology, so we're losing. So we have to retreat another fleet. And this fleet I never sent deep enough into any space, so we're losing this place again to a single fleet that just now has completely free reign over our systems in the back here. But it just vanished again. If you were a keen observer, they just vanished again. And I don't think it's because we lost some stations here. We lost this station. Though we still maintain control of the system. It's kind of weird.
Hulks vivisected.
Alright, let's go repair you. And get you some reinforcements in there. This is a much more difficult war than I figured. But I don't understand what that fleet was doing. This is really odd. That is really odd. I don't like that one bit. I can tell you that much. So we have one fleet station up there. They can't come in through there. I was waiting for this fleet the whole time, and then I was very conservative in sending them out again. Tend to do these kind of things.
Hulks vivisected.
So we're just gonna go straight for that system, I think. Can I upgrade here as well? No, I can't. Stay here. The Hulks keep getting vivisected. Oh yes, 2,000, 5,000, 2,000. I'll take it, thank you. It's a good one. We were on the precipice of greatness. You still are. It has just moved ever so slightly. Don't be discouraged now. More energy credits from our mercenary enclave, which we certainly like to see. We're not there yet to push, because we have a lot of claims over here. And I need to figure out what happened here with this fleet. So our freshest fleet is coming in now. And we got Fleet Albert sitting in the back, waiting to be deployed.
Hulks vivisected.
Why did you just start this whole travel here? Where are you even? What is going on? Oh, that's the wrong fleet. I am such a fool. It's Fleety McFleetface that's sitting up here, ready to being fixed up and stuff. That's what's going on. Fleet Albert, we just sent down here. Yeah. I clicked on the wrong fleet. That's it. I figured I was with a different fleet. I wasn't. Hint? I wasn't. I rarely am. Alright. The Kraken Hirelings are still lost in space. That's okay. Where did that fleet go?
Upgraded.
Where did that fleet go?
Enemy assets.
They're nowhere in our systems. Where did they go? I understand it not. I can tell you. Where did that fleet go? They just vanished. Is it this fleet?
Hulks vivisected.
Armada of the Voidborn? Might be that fleet. Well, they're definitely taking apart our little ally at the moment.
Complete.
But we are coming to go through their systems. What do we have? Tyrium Bauble Collection. An assortment, fashionable trinkets, dazzle and distract your populace. 500 unity. I mean, sure. Let's take it. And we'll put that on the Empire capital. Decisions. Where is it? I don't know what I just got. I thought it was an Empire, a planet decision, but apparently not. Apparently not. Space Storm Spurbleak arrives. Massive subspace disturbances have erupted in systems across the galaxy. Early reports indicate that nearly 50% of the systems in the galaxy have been affected by an unprecedented phenomenon, which appears to be a byproduct of thousands of years of heavy hyperspace travel by civilizations both past and present. Scientists are confident that this galactic space storm will dissipate itself with the period of 5 to 10 years. Until that happens, the storm will wreak havoc with sublight engines, shield generators and sensor systems in those star systems affected by it. Okay, I think this is from the Astral Rift DLC. There's a space storm now. Okay.
Attacking enemy assets.
Gangsters, I don't care.
Hulks vivisected.
We'll just push forward here now.
Receiving communications.
Let's see. What are you, scientist and commanding? So, anomaly research speed. Now let's just make you live long. Live long and prosper. What do you want? What is this? Status quo. I still don't know how to read the status quo thing. Like, do I get what is listed here, or is this what, like, what does that exactly mean? So I decline it because I don't fully understand it. It's kind of badly phrased, and I'm not willing to click it to learn it once, forget about it again, and then have to do the same thing again in the future. Okay, let's sell us some consumer goods here, and instead buy us some alloys to throw at our fleet well, not refurbishment, but our fleet reconstitution. Now that we're at war here. So the Kraken hirelings have been missing for a good long while. It's not ideal. I don't like that. Is there a planet here?
Attacking enemy assets.
Oh yeah, they have a planet here. So our armies will get a little bit of workout now. This fleet will just go through here. Let's reinforce them as well. We need to queue the fleet to move in. Which fleet?
Spaceport under attack.
Which spaceport is under attack? Oh, it might have been the... It might be this science ship right there. That might be what we're looking at.
Attacking enemy assets.
Never mind, you did? Alright. Let's see. Another commander. Iron Fist. Nah. Butcher. Let's make him more of a butcher. He has been successfully conquering all them little planets for us, so
Spaceport under attack.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, that's this science ship over here. It's nothing on the other side of the galaxy or something weird that I didn't see before.
Special project complete.
How's this going? Pretty good, I'd say. So we'll have to also retake all that stuff that they took from our ally. Yeah. No. Let's rent them. But where are they? They're still lost in space. That's fantastic. I don't know if I leave this fleet here, really.
Ground invasion force has seized a planet.
I don't know if I should. Well, good ground invasion force, because there's yet another... Oh, that's a space storm, for sure. That's a space storm if I've ever seen one. Okay, let's move both fleets up, just so we are sure we don't run into any troubles, because one of those fleets was pretty strong. And every system that we go through attritions us yet a little bit more. And we don't like that. We don't like attrition. Minister of State governing a planet. Trade value, colony shipbuilding. Ah, definitely trade value. We're not really doing any colony shipbuilding at the moment. And we're not likely to resume that anytime either.
Planetary invasion commenced.
I'm a little bit insecure about how I'm placing my fleets right now, because I still don't understand how they move their fleet into our systems like that. Still no clue how that happened, so I'm not too sure about moving around here. So let's free our ally. Let's end the illegal occupation of our allies' systems. We are at 100% exhaustion, but so are they. And we're pushing toward getting our wall goal done.
Ground invasion force has seized a
That
planet.
might actually have done it. Yep, there we go. Achieve war goals. Let's go. Let's send that offer here. Let's push the Fafosians out of this side of the galaxy for good. We will not have a direct border with them anymore. Our vassal will, but we will not. Thanks for the stream. I gotta go. Peace to all. Thank you, Meatballs. Have a good evening, good dinner. Thanks for sticking around and being a good chatter, entertaining part of the community as always. I really appreciate you. Good luck with the chair. I hope it comes soon. And let us know how your buildings keep coming along. Luckily, we can end the fleet contract while they're still lost. So that's a positive. I will take that as a positive for sure. What? Oh, that's not a science ship. Let's research all these projects in all these systems here. And let's go... this fleet's fine. Let's go upgrade these fleets somewhere. I don't even care where exactly they go do that. Just so they find themselves somewhere where they can. Oh, in Fafosanga right now. Or in Dim. Time to make a sector probably around the Labradanda system. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let us make it a sector. And we make a little sector, eh? Make it a little sector. I think it's so odd how they changed the sector thing. Like, let me just add these. Like, why? Why not? Where does their stuff go? I don't know. But we have a few too many space stations now, so we're going to go downgrade a bunch back here. We don't need these backwaters. So highly functional. Like, one can stay. This one up here can stay. This one here is just an anchorage. All out anchorage. What are you even doing? What are you even doing? This one here is a defensive thing. That's fine. A little bit. Victory. Oh, yes. And we have our first little vassal state. Which I think is cute. So these guys are now disloyal. Do we have someone to send? Yeah, we don't. Our guys are not doing anything. Let's see, negotiate agreement. Nah, that's fine. We'll just kind of leave it at what it is. I'm not fiddling with that. I'm too tired for that. I'm too tired to fiddling with that. A new faction recently, the Impish Purity Front. The members seek to assert the primacy of the Impish species by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. I mean, they can sure try. They can sure try that. Where is this fleet? There. Where's this fleet? There. So we just gotta reinforce all our fleets everywhere. So you are leading this planet. Yeah, let's make you righteous. That's fine. Help a little bit with
Hulks vivisected.
things and stuff. Also 1k influence, make claims. I feel very uncomfortable with your expansionist mindset. But let me see what we have around here. Let's just make claims on all their systems. Anything we can reach anyway. Like this is all theirs. Blue with green border. That's all theirs. So that's something we can take eventually. The problem is that at the moment for the empire size that we don't actually have the strength. We don't actually have the capabilities to really defend ourselves. Because moving our ships is so slow. The empire sprawl is actually making us a little bit weaker than we could be. Integrating all this wouldn't really change that much because we wouldn't push our territory out all that far. But we would open new borders with new things. So that's not necessarily a good thing. So I'm a little bit hesitant there to keep pushing in directions before we fully have regained our military strength or even gained our military strength. Let's check in fleet management. Do we have a new ship design that we don't have yet? Destroyer. Do we have cruisers? I think we have cruisers. Yeah, we have cruisers. Orca, Red Lion, Hive. Yeah, we're well stacked on that. Okay, at least the one system that the Betracker installed and had the Benefactor's Home or something. That's important. This one here? Was that the one? I don't know if that was a thing. Maybe. Might have been. Sure. How?
Vessels upgraded.
That's not even them. Yes, give me
Vessels
resources. Okay, they are pathetic compared to us. No, that's the Gulfurkians. That's the wrong ones. These are. I mean, with mercenaries we can do that. I don't care so much about the crime stuff. Cloaked fleet's been discovered. Okay. Farfossian industry. Ah, that's the Kraken hirelings. I nearly got angry. I nearly almost got angry there. But that's just the hirelings. That's fine. Excellent. Yes, give me more stuff. Intolerable. Ah, that's all these planets back here now that have this problem. This is all shipyards. This is nearly all shipyards. Let's take this thing down. We don't really need that. Just to help our starbase capacity limit. I don't really want to be over that if we can avoid it. Active reconnaissance. Order the ship to covertly conduct reconnaissance on a colony, increasing the rate at which we gain intel of its owner empire. Do I have to select a target, or do they just go do that?
Receiving communications.
Maybe we heal them. Form a commercial pact. Yeah, sure. I thought we already had one. Or it's reforming. BRB gonna pet my cat. I mean, that's one of the best reasons to be away from keyboard for a second. Absolutely one of the best reasons to do that. Anyone new here? Come join our Discord. Let's grow a good community together. And I need to drink something. I'm just realizing.
Receiving communications.
And a research pact with our boys. Let's go. We're getting way more out of them than out of that than they are, which is kind of funny. Let's bring our main fleets up here, so we can start doing some stuff around there. I know I'm being very, very clear on what my goal is. I think this fleet can just stay here. This fleet will just keep reinforcing. Oh, we have lots of food. Let's go sell lots of food and buy a little bit of alloy in return. I mean, we're reaching our maximum here as well. Let's really splurge. These guys we're bringing in right now, so let's reinforce them as they worm their way through our very long and large empire. which we cannot defend like it is right now. Oh, let's also bring in our army. And we're gonna sit our army... Imp, your species is as most worthwhile addition to the galactic community. As a token of our esteem, we've decided to bestow you a generous gift. Thank you, I'll take it. There's some alloys in there. I'm never gonna say no to alloys. So let's send our army in. Let's set them to be rallied troops. Go to Gulktuk. And let's recruit us some more slave armies. Shall we? Some Gulk Furki slave armies. Sadly, I don't think I can press a button that builds more per click. So I just have to click this a lot. And I can't even hold down the button. That doesn't even work. I would get the others as well, but the Gulk Furki specifically are good. A good soldiers, a good slave soldiers, so we want a nice big slave army. Okay, we can't build more. That's all they can support. I got such a bad start, man. Yeah, sometimes that happens. You have to kind of move a little bit quick. Once you start encountering other empires, you have to go real quick, kind of. I've played for so long though. Well done that you saw it through rather than giving up. That's always an option, and not everyone, you know, does that. Should I restart? Go by if you're having fun. If you're not having fun, go and restart. It's no point. Wait a moment. Can I go into enemy systems where I'm not allowed in with cloaking? Is that how cloaking works? Because that would be really cool. And then I could do active reconnaissance on them. I am kind of, but I'm ruined right now. I mean, then go as long as it takes you to really get to the point that you're like, okay, I'm not having fun anymore. That is my suggestion for you. That's how you should and could do this. I think. Oh, that's how I would go. Otherwise, just, you know, take a break, do something else. And that's now. Well, then you got your answer. Then you got your answer. No point in playing something that you're not absolutely enjoying at that moment. What do you want? A migration treaty? What is your species even capable of doing? No, I don't want to do. I don't want you in my empire. You are what? Commanding the British boy Sigma? None of these are good for what you're doing right now. So let's just go with Warden. Defender. I'm in deficit for everything. Wow, if you think you can turn it around, try. Otherwise, you got your answer. You know what to do. Just gotta pull the trigger. Okay, I think we can start selling some more food. We're producing 400 right now. Let's go sell some more food. Maybe not 420, but 320 is fine. That must be from all the planets we took over here. Let's see, what are they even? A factory world? I mean, okay. Agri world. Let's go automate these. This one isn't even that. This auto-designated. Your research world is what you are. So let's turn you into tech world. If you're already doing that anyway. Forge world. Urban world. I mean, you can probably do that. Factory world. I never even looked at what we got here. Agri world. Yeah, we'll never run out of food ever again. Interesting, we're not getting that much in terms of alloys. Oh yeah, finally. Crystal mining, let's go. We got so many sources for that. Synthetic crystal plants, we don't need that. Algate inside, we don't want that. We don't want to jumpstart a late game thing. So where are we at on these? These are all pretty far off. They take a lot of energy and time. Mining station output. We got a lot of that going. Planetary build speed. I don't think that's so important. Let's go for mining station output. I think that might be really good for us. Could make some claims around here. Let's just remind the Gulkfurkians where they stand. High on our list of we're gonna get your stuff. You now have a black hole within your borders, I believe. Yeah, no, we have L gates. We have a gateway. L gates, but we don't have a black hole, I don't think. No. That black hole looks like it's in our, but it isn't. It's also just a wormhole.
Construction complete.
So some gateways, some L gates. That's why I don't want to do L gates, because then they're right in there, right in our home. Definitely not something we want. Not with our fleet strength at the moment. Like, that's not... It's not impressive enough. We need more impressive fleets, is what I'm saying. Look at the poor reddish boy, Sigma. Completely diminished. Such a proud and mighty impish fleet. Ground down to its bare elements. The system with an L gate is also a black hole. You can build a starbase black hole observatory and such. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Wait, no, is it? Yeah, it is. Now we already got the research station here. We already have that going. I have all my construction ships set to auto. They're doing their thing. They're taking care of stuff. I don't want to think about these things. They just do it. I'm very, very thankful that they allow that as a option. Very thankful indeed. Let's buy some more alloys. Let's really ruin this market. Or pump it or something, I don't know. Market leader is currently the Empire. Oh. We are the market leader? How did that happen? Who made us market leader? Alright, let's see. Ooh. External leader pool size +1. I mean, we are over on 1 already. Edict fund +20 is not enough. Telepathy. Oh, we're still far off. 300. Is that the... No, that's the overall research time. That's not how much it's taking with what we already got. I mean, the starbase building, which is a separate thing. When a starbase has module slots to building slots. Alright. Yeah, but... Is that worth it? We're already on our limit there. Keramo metal infrastructure. Building slots +1. Colony development suite. Habitat max districts +1. I mean, that's pretty cool. None of these are super good, honestly. I'm not super convinced by anything here. Let's go with this. It leads to new technologies. Doesn't convince me, but it's close enough. Alright, let's go. Sell. Proclaim superiority. Find military applications. And we want to find weak point analysis. Armor damage +10% for sure. And that's all we can do. Oh wait, no.
Spaceborne life-forming.
Let's go with more L-gate inside and reverse engineer arcane technology. So we get us some engineering research out of it. Like, we unlocked that a while ago. I just never got around to it. It's not good. We want to get around to these things. Let's keep reinforcing. I like that when you move your troops and your ships while you're reinforcing, that there's just so much movement in your empire. Hey, good evening, Trickman. How are you doing tonight? You well? I hope you are. Thanks for joining. Oh, you're really hitting us at the end tail here. I'm about to finish up. I'm knackered. Not sure if I like that combination of gifts there. Steam patron, the company is doing well. Yeah, thank you. Show me how well. Very well. We are a far cry away from our Like, economically speaking, anyway. We are a far cry away from where we were when we were subject to the Great Khan. That was a bummer. I ate the sea. Okay. Yeah, rare crystals are running out on us. Very good, we like that. Let's buy us some.
Construction complete.
Just a few. The rare crystals will soon have on their way. Our Minister of State has died, serving for 63 years. That's a long, long time. Ooh, I know who's gonna go in there. You are gonna go in there. Governing Nanki and Minister of State. 5,991 years old, that thing is. Stability +4. I mean, that's not a great effect, but that's okay.
Cleared.
I ate the Khan. Treatment? Are you good? Did you drink? Are you okay? Politics. Why should I care? The impish purity front. They're nothing. They're nothing to us. Science ship is idling around, but we really don't have anything to do with it. For it. So this thing here is now in space where we don't have open borders with. I don't think. Like these guys, I don't even know how to get to them because there we go. Yeah, we have close borders with them, but if we send in our cloaked fleets, we can do that, and then we can do this, which I hope does something here. Wait, how does it work? Is there a planet here? Order the science ship to overtly conduct on a colony. No. So there's no colony here. So we have to find the colonies of theirs. It's most likely one of those. Maybe we have an easier time here. No colony here either. Do the Khans just not have any planets with colonies? Is that just not a thing? These are all mining stations or something? Orbitals? These are orbitals. Do they count as colonies? I don't think so. Okay, let's go somewhere where we know that they do have colonies. Like here. Let's go visit these guys. So of course we can't see anything either. That's not great. There we go. Let's get our science ship here. And send it there for that. It'll travel a while, but... Wait, did I just cancel it again? Oh, they're traveling. Oh, nothing to the IRS. I ate a landmine. Okay, I think that's a good enough moment to finish it up for tonight. Before treatment goes even odder. So let's find us a nice raiding target. Where we can finish out the night tonight. The stream today. If I could only find what I'm looking for. Let's see. Let's go for the raid. So raiding works like we look at the channel that we then select to go to, and we collect our viewers, and then we go there and you go over to that channel, look at them, and hopefully we make a good connection. A fun connection, you know? That would be good. That's kind of what you want. But I just have to find one now. Let's check who's playing Stellaris. Who's on this besides us? Let's see. SA Jade Star. I think we've raided him before. Shenrir, but he's not playing. Double Danger Dead with Crusader Kings 3. That could be a thing. I think... Where are we going to go? Big question. Big choices, heavy choices here. You know a channel? Okay, what channel? Try me. Let's hear it. What do you have for us? My choice currently is SA Jade Star. So, but if you have someone that I might find okay, then we can go there as well. He's a small channel and does Tarkov. Yeah, okay, what's the channel name? And is he online right now? We're only raiding online. Like you can't raid anyone who's offline. Drezok. Drezok. I can't find that person. Ah, there they are. I mean, Tarkov isn't really anything anyone here plays. So, I will disregard you. Have to live with it. We're gonna go check out some more Stellaris over with SA Jade Star. Alrighty. Then thank you all for watching. Yeah, you tried. That's okay. Thank you all for watching, coming by. Hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. We're going to be back on Monday, same time, more or less. I haven't decided yet what, but I'm going to post stream schedule for next week on Sunday latest, so tomorrow, on the Discord. If you're new here, thank you so much. If you're old here, thank you extra much. And hope to see you on the next one as well. I'm getting sucked back into the black hole. Dang. Let's go then, before that happens.